are live here in Vegas at the Aria Resort and Casino. This is crazy. Tonight, someone is going to walk away with a lot of money. We're talking about big money at the DraftKings World Championship, the Hockey Championship tonight. Tomorrow night will be the NBA Championships. My name's Soccer Dave, David Kitchen.
And I'm Christopher Colosi.
You might know him as the second funniest guy on DraftKings.
Who's the first funniest guy on DraftKings?
Well, I won't say who, but it's me.
Lies. They're all lies.
So, basically, you did some funny haha videos, and now you're here.
It sounds like you're diminishing my funny haha videos.
I thought they were no. For me, funny haha is good.
I have made some funny haha videos for DraftKings, and now they invited me out here to be a part of this wonderful event here at the Aria. So I'm looking forward to an exciting weekend of not only NHL but NBA.
And I'm excited about you being here because normally I have like the other DK pros, and they're not really funny.
They're not funny?
No.
I have yet to be funny. Hopefully I'll be able to accomplish that on the show.
So, like, it's like a burden, me always having to be funny, and now I'm glad that
you can put some of the weight off on me.
Exactly.
Well, I'll be as useful as I can be in that capacity.
Sounds good. We're talking about the hockey, though. We got 28 minutes until lineup lock, so we'll see kind of how things are going. 25 tickets, 20 unique finalists, and it's a star-studded field.
That it is. I believe, if my notes are correct here, that 17 of these entries are Americans and 8 of them are Canadians. So the Canadians are coming in strong.
Yes, but the Americans, right?
Well, obviously I'm from America, so I'm a little biased towards America.
Do you think Canadians have an edge because of their hockey pedigree?
Just because Canadians are traditionally good at hockey doesn't necessarily mean that they have an edge over an American when it comes to picking a fantasy NHL lineup.
So if an American wins tonight, it's not going to be like a
miracle
on DraftKings.
I don't think it's a besmirching thing to Canada. I mean, everyone wants to win. Everyone's got their system. Everyone's got their ideas of who's going to have a good game, who's going to have a bad game. I don't think where you're from necessarily helps you or hurts you.
Okay. And I would agree with that. I would say it'd be cool later on to have almost like an all-star game like they do in the NHL where you have the Americans versus the Canadians or the international team. By the way, the all-star event next year?
Yeah.
In Nashville.
Oh, that's where you're from.
Where I live.
Well, I'm from the nation's capital.
Okay.
Washington, D.C.
Well.
Not to besmirch Tennessee.
Well, you could never besmirch Tennessee. Let's talk about the feeling in the room right now, though.
Okay, what's interesting right now is everything is calm right now as a result of the fact that the games haven't started yet. People are still working on their lineups. Lineups have not locked. But I believe if the rest of this weekend has said anything, or the rest of this week rather has said anything to me, there's been a lot of excitement in this room. Right now, it's kind of like the calm before the storm.
Right.
And slowly by slowly, things are going to start to get really, really amped up in here. I'm really looking forward to it.
And this has kind of been like the chill room. I talked about it on the day 2 video, like the dream room. Across the room, we had a live horse event.
Dr. J.
Sounds weird saying that. A game of horse with Dr. J.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you were on fire.
I kind of was.
That video is going to be up later. He was draining half-court threes. TV threes.
I'm more interested in the trick shots. I'm more interested in the
you banked one off the wall.
Yeah.
And it was sick.
And behind the back. So hopefully our producer Ben has edited some great footage for that.
Yeah. You guys are going to give Dude Perfect a run for their money.
That we'll be able to see. All right. So as we mentioned before, 19 of the 25 entries have won $10,000. So you're talking about it being kind of tense. A lot of these people have already been here as far as winning big money, and they'll get a chance to win big money again. You're talking about a 1 in 25 chance at $100,000.
That's incredible. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
I mean, when you think about what DraftKings does and the fact that regular people sign on, build a lineup, next thing you know, you're at a live final, you got a shot at $100K, a 1 in 25 shot of $100,000. It blows my mind. It's incredible.
Yeah, and you got 6 of the live finalists who have already competed in a live final, so they already have the experience. And I think in sports you can say that is good. I don't know. In daily fantasy, most of these people that have qualified Even though they haven't been to a live final before, I think it's kind of the same thing.
Well,
Still building a lineup.
Yeah, being here is a cool experience, but unless you're looking over the shoulders of other people setting lineups and doing a little espionage work, it's not going to be any different than sitting in your house and putting your lineup together. But to be here for the experience and actually see who it is that is beating you or who it is that you're beating, that's the most exciting part to me.
All right. Speaking of exciting, I'm going to pose an exciting question to you.
I love exciting questions.
Oh, I bet you do.
I do. Oh, don't be coy with me. Don't be coy with me, Dave.
I'm not coy. Oh, man. Could you beat one of these players head-to-head in a daily fantasy hockey matchup or beat them in a shootout? Or what, I guess, if you had to choose which one you could do, which one would it be?
Anything could happen. I'm a believer in anything's possible. I mean, we are in Vegas. However, these guys are the best at what they do. They qualified for a reason. I entered some of the qualifiers, and I'm not here in a contestant capacity. So I would say, based on that alone, I'd probably lose it both because I'm good at neither, but I would have to choose the NHL shootout because I might accidentally be able to wing one 5-hole past the goalie, whereas stacking these lineups with players, I'm not. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the. With the shootout.
I think I would do the shootout as long as you didn't have to skate. We have
I can skate.
Rob, our social media director, taking pictures. I forgot to turn my head so that my comb over is better. Dang it!
I think you look fabulous.
Oh, thank you.
I'm very impressed with the package you put together today.
You're not the first person.
I've been watching you for days from a distance.
Yeah, you and my wife both impressed.
Oh, you have
by the package I have put together. All right, so we're going to be talking about DraftKings, like keeping up with DraftKings. You can keep up with DraftKings and interact with us by using hashtag DKWC. That stands for the DraftKings World Championship. Also DKTV, too. We'll be checking both those. You should already be subscribed to the YouTube channel, youtube.com/DraftKingsTV. And we have like our Instagram accounts. We've got the Twitter account at DraftKingsTV. We have at DraftKings. So just make sure you're following along there. But especially use the hashtag on Twitter, DKWC, to make sure you're keeping along. And we'll try to read some stuff on air. And basically, your voice can be heard.
And this is true. We want to hear what you guys think, and we definitely want you guys watching. That's one of the fun of a live final, is you're not here, but maybe through the gift of video, if you will, and the technology advances, you can feel like you were in this room. I'm telling you, it's going to be exciting, and you don't want to miss it.
You heard
I'm amped up. What can I say? I'm amped up.
All right. We'll go to the promotions page also. Click the drop-down menu, and you can get the DraftKings World Championship link there as well. Sounds good.
Sounds great.
Are you ready to take a look at some of the trends possibly that we'll be seeing tonight? I mean, we've got 21 minutes now.
We can jump into the slate if you would like.
Okay. Let's talk about Alex Ovechkin.
Ovi. Well, I am from D.C., and I can say that Alex Ovechkin is a god man there. Everybody loves him. Everyone's rocking the red. They're away today facing Winnipeg, and I think that Ovechkin is going to be a very, very popular pick. I think it's kind of a situation where there's going to be the people with Ovechkin tonight and the people without Ovechkin. So there is some merit to possibly fading him, but you might not be able to afford to.
Right.
I mean, my opinion.
And he was on 7 of 25 winning qualifier teams, which maybe people will go back to the well. Interesting note here as we're talking about trends for people that qualified. No goalie was on more than 2 winning qualifier lineups. So if you kind of take a look at that, it being 25 entries, no goalie being on more than 2, basically that means that goalies are kind of like spread out, and also people can find value in the backup goalies.
Right. There are some interesting plays today. I like I said, I like Ovechkin. I think though that in a situation like this where the field is so small, it feels almost more like a heads up thing as opposed to a GPP because of the small field. So I don't think you want to go cheap at goalie, which means you might have to sacrifice those expensive, wing players and centers to get the goalies that you need, and you got to try to find your value on defense.
Right, and it's a common thing for daily fantasy. And I mean, you think about in every sport, you talk about like what is value
Right.
and going cheap versus going expensive at certain spots, and the importance and the risk that you take at that. So we'll see. I talked to some people earlier, and they said they're interested to see if people punt goalie tonight.
I have heard that. I've heard some people are looking to punt goalie. Because one of the things with NHL is it's not always, sometimes the goals against don't matter so much if you face a whole bunch of shots and you're blocking them. So some of these goalies that are in maybe not the optimal position, but if they're going to face a lot of shots, they may end up paying off their price point, allowing you to get your guys like Ovechkin and such.
Talking about trends again, the Caps, Islanders, and Lightning were the three most owned teams in the winning qualifier lineups. You've got the Caps playing Winnipeg, and you have the Islanders playing the Devils. So that leads me to this next question of, do you think, like as a player, you would go back to the team that kind of got you there?
Go back to the well?
Yeah.
What have you done for me lately is kind of my thing. Look, everyone plays with their heart, they play with their mind. If a team got you there, I guess there is some element of loyalty. Maybe they can do it again. However, it all has to do with the matchup. You know, there are some matchups on here that you'd just be a fool to not try to exploit. So if the Capitals, as an example, got you here the entire season and got you in the qualifier, you know, they're playing Winnipeg. It's not a great, you know, matchup when you look at some of the other. I mean, there are people here that are minus 440 favorites that will probably put a bunch of pucks in the net. So how can you continue along that path going, oh, well, they got me here if they're playing one of the best goalies in the league on that particular night? So it's day to day. You can't just go, I'm going with what got me here, because sometimes what got you here could get you tossed out.
And I was talking to my buddy Ethan, and he was talking about how tonight's slate is, he used the word intriguing.
Intriguing is
yeah,
a
he
good
said
word for it.
intriguing set of matchups. And so, you know, I looking at the matchups tonight, and not a ton of explosive scoring options on the slate.
No, there definitely are not. And there's a couple of really, really bad teams that are facing playoff-hungry contenders. So in that situation, they're trying to get into the big dance.
Yeah.
So they're going to be playing their absolute best against teams that are playing their absolute worst.
Yeah, and then we're talking about chalk plays as well, popular plays. Alex Ovechkin, some of the Preds, I think, will be highly owned. You talk about the heavy favorite.
Oh, absolutely. Like Jossie and Weber from Nashville. Absolutely, they'll be big. And the two goalies I think will be the highest owned are Pekka Rinne and Andrew Hammond.
Pekka Rinne. I am familiar with him because he is another Nashville guy. The Predators, they're representing for Nashville.
They're trying.
All right, let's talk about the first game.
All right.
Toronto at Ottawa. You've got Ottawa fighting for a playoff spot. They're minus 210 favorites, and Toronto has been terrible all season.
Yeah, Andrew Hammond is coming in at 8,900. He's averaging just 7.5, or not just, but he's averaging a very, very wonderful 7.5 points over the last 10 games. And as you said, Ottawa's a minus 210 favorite. He's the fifth most expensive goalie tonight, which means you're going to save a little bit in the event that you decide to go to him. Yeah,
and you also have the Ottawa line of Mikulik, Turris, and Stone.
Something interesting about that, though, they might be mixing it up tonight and changing that line out. That's what the buzz is going around. That's what we've been reading online and stuff like that. So that's something actually to look for. You don't want to get stuck in a situation where, because for this tournament, there's no late swap.
Right.
Late swap's out because they're going to put everyone's lineups on the board so everyone can look and follow along. So people might actually be pushed off of that line as a result of we're not really sure who's coming out on the ice for the Senators.
There you go. And you also have the Maple Leafs allowing League Works 4 goals per game over the last 3 weeks. So you have to think the Senators will be really
And you can't forget about Erik Karlsson.
Yes. Hey, when in doubt, just remember Erik Karlsson.
Absolutely.
That's what I always say.
That's what I do. Erik, big old E-R-I-K.
Not to be confused with Melker Karlsson.
You sure?
Speaking of Melker Karlsson, the Sharks at the Canadians, you got a low over-under, just 5 goals, and Montreal is favored to win, so we'll see how that plays out.
But Montreal's been struggling offensively lately. They're averaging just over 2 goals per game over the last 3 weeks. That's actually the 8th worst in the NHL, so I don't know if you want to put all of your eggs into their basket.
Yeah, they've definitely been struggling offensively, allowing just 2.09 goals per game in that span. So they're also good on defense. So we'll see. Next game, not a lot there. That's not a sexy game. Basically.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not. It's It's like in a situation where the lights come on at the end of the night in the club, you see that, and you go, oh, that's what it was. It's one of those situations.
I'll take your word for that.
I'm telling you, that's my analogy. You thought it was good going in, perhaps, but then the lights came on and you went, oh, okay.
Girl at the club.
They're the girl at the club.
Okay, I just put it in my notes. All right. Capitals at Jets. This is a high over/under game, with the over being favored right now, and a pretty even money line. So basically, both teams are expected to score.
Yeah, they're expected to put some numbers up. Ovi in this game, he had 1 goal, 1 assist. He scored 8.5 points. It's the only time that not this game, the last time they played. That's the only time he's played them, I believe, this season. And he had 1 goal, 1 assist, like I said, for 8.5 points, which is a very good score. Ovi's the kind of guy that could easily get a hat trick. He could score upwards of 12 points, and that's something that would just decimate the field. That's why I said, if you have him and he performs, you're in it. If you have him and he doesn't perform, you're going to be left in the dust.
Yeah, and he's 9,400, so he's
not cheap.
Not cheap.
He's expensive. He's more expensive than some of these goalies.
Yeah, you're going to have to sacrifice something there. But like you said, you're from DC.
I am from DC, and I like the Caps always because, like I said, rock the red. I bleed red, as does everyone, because blood is red. However, I do think that if you're going to go with the Caps tonight, obviously you've got to play Ovechkin and then Backstrom. And if you want to save a little bit of money, Marcus Johansson I feel like has to be in your lineup because at 3.4K, you're gonna. I really don't. People are talking about punting goalie. I really don't think you want to do that. So you're going to have to find that value at the other positions so that you can have an Ovechkin, maybe a Pekka Rinne, and then go on with some of your lower priced options. Yeah,
definitely going to be a popular stack tonight. This is the sexy game. So I'm not sure the club example.
This is the girl by the pool during the day.
Okay, this is the pool girl.
You can completely see and make your judgment, and you're not going to be shocked by anything. She's not going to get worse once it gets dark.
Right.
You know?
And she's like being guarded by...
Oh, she's got an entourage, the whole thing, for sure.
Okay.
For sure.
All right, so we've got the girl at the club, and then we have the pool girl as well. So New York versus New Jersey. Mm-hmm. The Islanders...
Subway Series.
And the Devils. Subway Series. You got a low over-under. You got the Islanders favored to win at -145, and you could see some Yaroslav Halak.
But no one's going to fault you. They're tough. They are. Some of these names are tough.
Yeah.
So, believe you me.
I'm doing my best.
You're doing your best.
A little JY humor there.
More about that game. I mean, the Islanders, they are favored, but the Devils could be sneaky. So that's one that I would definitely keep an eye out for.
I've got fans everywhere.
It's crazy. People love us.
I know, right?
People love us. They don't even know who I am yet, but I feel like they love me.
What can
80% as much as they love you.
People coming up, we really need security behind us.
No, we do. We absolutely do. Let me get some of those girls that are in the jerseys to come because they can protect me.
So did I miss the girl comparison for who that game was?
No, I don't have. Okay, let me take a look. That is
Is that the girl next door?
Sure. It's the girl next door. You give it a peek. You take a look. What's she doing over there?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She's laying out. She's hanging out. Maybe she invites some friends over. But you're still not sure if you have the courage to go and make that selection. To go over and say, "Hey, my name's so and so, and maybe we can get together."
Oh man, you are the DFS love guru.
I'm the analogy master right now. I'm slaying.
All right.
My analogies.
Well, let's move on from analogies to the Rangers and the Carolina Hurricanes.
New York.
I'm talking New York.
Oh, you're going that? I was going Sinatra. You went Jay-Z.
No, Alicia Keys.
And Jay-Z.
Well, but I was doing the Alicia Keys part.
Yeah, you sing like an angel, by the way. I want you to know that.
You're only saying it because it's true. 5-goal over-under. You got the Rangers favored at -160, and Cam Talbot being the Rangers goalie, an expensive goalie option at 9,100.
But something changed on the other side of the puck because Cam Ward is not going to be in. Kudabin is actually going to be in. So it could have been Cam Ward, but it's not. See what I did there?
I did.
You see what I did there? It was like a play on
last name and the puns and stuff.
I'm good. They hired me for a reason.
Well,
I'm good.
Will they keep you
my
for that
mother
week?
tells me I'm special, and that's all that matters.
So not a lot in this game. Let's move on to the sixth game on tonight's slate. The Bruins at the Panthers. Big playoff implications for the Bruins, and they're up on the Panthers for the 8th spot in the East.
But it is another low-scoring projected game.
Right. Bruins slight favorites at -20 tonight.
Now, I think Tuukka Rask is an interesting option because, see, he's $100 more than Hammond. I think Hammond's going to be very, very popular. So if you go and spend the extra $100, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it can make or break your lineup, those little increments is what separates, the weak from the strong. I think he's a great contrarian play.
Yeah. I'm going to take your word for that as far as contrarian plays go. It'll be funny to see, sometimes contrarian plays become, the popular plays. And there are also, different strategies as far as what makes a contrarian play, how to go chalk, how safe you want to play it. When you got $100,000 in line, do you want to risk it? And some of these guys have multiple entries.
Well, yeah. But they can then hedge and play,
right.
one against the other.
So they can go risky.
But the other thing is, Tuukka just had a terrible game where he allowed 5 goals against Ottawa. So people might be off of him for that. But I think he'll bounce back. I'm not concerned.
Okay. Very nice. You also have the game that a lot of people will be on. We talked about it a little bit before. The Sabres at the Preds. So the game's in Nashville. The Preds -440 favorites.
I can't remember the last time I saw a line like that.
Yeah. It reminds me in baseball, when Kershaw is facing some terrible team like the Braves this year. It's
Right.
it still wouldn't be that high, but that is an absolutely huge favorite at -440. So you have to think the goalie in this case, Pecorine, is going to be the most owned option. And again, kind of what we're talking about is some people going contrarian, thinking that people are going to play Pecorine, and so they kind of go for the goalie punt.
But if you're going with the numbers though, as far as the lines, this and that, and what Vegas thinks the team will do. Buffalo. Excuse me. Ooh. Jump in for a second.
Okay.
I gotta grab a little drink.
Yeah, so grab a little juice or tea or water, whatever you're. But so I
apologize.
No, not a problem. The Preds are high favorites in tonight's game, and you have Nashville not scoring a ton of goals. In fact, they're in kind of a little bit of a slump, even though they're one of hockey's best teams. But
that was my point. They're projected to score less than 2 goals,
right?
Which means they're projected to score 1 goal.
Right.
And they'll probably score no goals.
That'd be great.
So shutout bonus, win. It's looking really, really good for the goalie tonight.
That'd be great. So we have the last game of the slate, the Blackhawks at the Dallas Stars. This is potentially a high-scoring game with a 5.5 over/under, and you got Chicago being a slight favorite at -135.
Mm-hmm. Now Dallas has a lot of defensive struggles. They're the bottom 10 in NHL goals allowed over the last 3 weeks, so it's another thing to look out for. Chicago is an elite defense as of late, and they're allowing just 1 goal per game over the last 3 weeks, and that's the best in the NHL.
Yeah, and so you this is just like another option. We have 8 games, so we have plenty of games to choose from. But it'll be interesting as far as with these playoff teams being involved, with some of these line stacks being involved. It's going to be different than tomorrow, because tomorrow's all about the NBA value.
Right.
Different players not going to be playing. Tonight is you got a lot of playoff implicated teams, and people that are playing are going to be playing.
They're not going to be playing
scratched.
to play hard,
right?
To get in there and get it done,
right? Get her done, as we say.
That's my intensity. My intensity face. Get in there and get it done.
Get in there. Yeah.
I don't know that one.
No? Okay.
We should have planned out our song selection before we started this.
I think it's the wobble. Have you heard the wobble?
Wobble.
Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble.
Yes. There's that. Yeah.
And then it's get in there.
Yeah. I'm giving you this one because I don't want to leave you hanging.
You're just going to have to trust me on it.
I'm not familiar.
I would do the wobble right now.
Wobble, baby, wobble. Actually, I do know it.
See?
It was locked, and now you unlocked it.
You do know it.
What are you going to do?
Because you're a wedding crasher.
Am I?
I can tell you are.
I haven't yet crashed a wedding, but I'm not opposed to it.
One of the great movies, by the way.
I love that movie.
Okay.
Bradley Cooper.
Yes.
Before he was, Bradley Cooper.
He is in that movie, but he's not one of the two main characters.
True, but look at what he became. He did so well at being a jerk.
Okay, well, so did Amy Adams then.
I think we've gotten off topic.
Well, that's because the reason why we're off topic is because we have come to the end of the preview, and so we'll lineups lock in 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes. And that's when we'll be back. We'll be back with special guest Al Smizzle. That's right, the man, the myth, the legend. Al Smizzle will be joining us. We'll talk about basically the lineups because we're going to be able to see all lineups because there's no late swap.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, he's going to be breaking down some of the lineups, and we'll see. So we're in store for a fun night tonight. Stick with us. DraftKings TV here. Make sure to use hashtag DKWC, and we'll read some tweets on air starting with next segment. We'll break. We'll be back around 5 minutes. Thanks,
Don't go
guys.
anywhere.
What's up, guys? This is Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here outside of the world-class Aria Resort, and this is championship week. 2 live finals, never been done before. Saturday night, we have the hockey championship. Sunday night, we got the NBA championship where one person is going to be taking home $1 million. Today was arrival day. We had a welcome reception, so people got to check out their rooms. Players are really getting comfortable. DraftKings does not do anything second class. Everything's first class. Tomorrow we start the excursions and the fun. You want to make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV, at DraftKings TV on Twitter, youtube.com/DraftKings TV for more coverage throughout the week. We're back. My name is Soccer Dave, David Kitchen. Joining me, Christopher
Colosi, that's me.
Christopher.
I like to go full name.
Okay.
In a capacity like this,
okay.
Full name.
Sure. David Kitchen, then Soccer David.
It pops more.
Christopher Colosi and Alvin Zeidenfeld. You might know him as Al Smizzle. Al, how's it going?
Not bad. I'm just glad to be here. It's a tremendous set we got here for DKTV tonight, Dave.
It's pretty awesome. Al, one of the DraftKings pros, also a contestant in tomorrow night's NBA championship. Guys, 20 seconds to a lineup lock, and we'll know the teams.
I want to take just a quick sec before we jump into that. I am very starstruck. From the moment I saw this guy, I follow all of his podcasts and all of his broadcasts and all that kind of stuff, and the first time I saw you, it was like I had arrived. So I just want to go ahead and say that you inspire me to become the best daily fantasy sport player I can.
Am I the wind beneath your wings?
You're something beneath something. I don't know if you're the wind beneath my wings, but I'm a big fan.
Hopefully it's a good something.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So thanks. I'm chopped liver.
No, you're not chopped liver. I was really excited to see Al. I'm talking from the heart.
Okay. All right. So we get it. You love Al. All right. Let's talk about the contest.
I feel like it's a bad thing.
Starting. The contest has officially started. We'll be getting some lineups, seeing kind of what people have picked, who were the chalky plays and who were not. Hopefully I can get a link from Ben or somebody that can pull up the live contest. That way we can pull it up. But Al, when you looked at kind of the slate, going chalky, we had a huge favorite.
Yeah.
I mentioned on the pregame show, it's almost like Clayton Kershaw versus the Braves in San Diego. It's like a minus 440 favorite. Do you think people went chalk?
I mean, in these live finals, sometimes people can really get into fancy play syndrome, and they start to worry about, well, everybody's going to be on Pecorine, so I'm going to avoid Pecorine. I'm going to go somewhere else. So I'm going to be really interested to see how many people went with him or Hammond this evening. Obviously, Rene with the huge favorite, Hammond the second biggest favorite on the day. They're both around the same price point. It's going to be interesting to see how many of the 25 teams rostered one of those two guys and which ones kind of went off the reservation with a different goalie and maybe went a different route tonight.
Yeah, so we're getting people can't late swap, but when we're looking at the games, we're not able to see exactly everyone that has been played. So we'll have to wait to see exactly who have been played. I've got the link. I can't see like all the players.
The percentages haven't calculated yet.
No, they're not.
Not all the players are uncovered. Even though there's no late swap, it's still based on the program. So we don't see everybody's players that they have. So it's still a little bit of suspense as the night goes on to figure out who's got some players left.
Yeah, there's no. How crazy would late swap be at this event? Like,
I don't think you could do it. I mean, it takes away the extra drama of being able to just you put it in and that's it.
yeah.
Plus, there are people, like I said before, some people could be running fantasy espionage, peeking over shoulders, looking at. So to make it as fair as it can be in this kind of a situation where everyone's here, no late swap.
And that's why they don't do a late swap, because you would have some people doing crazy stuff like stealing people's phones and computers and finding out exactly who they have. Fantasy espionage. That'd be a cool sketch, though.
I've already written it. It'll be out sometime.
We're gonna get to catch up with some fantasy black ops.
I mean, I'm not above fantasy espionage because I'm still new to it on some level, and I need all the help I can get. I wouldn't steal from you, even though you're probably the best one to steal from.
There's some other people I'd like to steal.
I'd steal from Soccer Dave.
Of course.
Yeah. No, it's not stealing information; it's borrowing.
I'd borrow the information and use it to my advantage, and then
you can give it back later.
Leave you broke and homeless.
All right, so Al, let's talk about your time here so far. You and I have both been to plenty of live events. This one just kind of seems different.
Yeah.
With mixing in different sports, the different excursions. Talk about your experience so far.
I mean, the last two events, the Atlantis ones, for baseball and for football, there were 50 competitors for those two events. And this one, obviously, there's 40 for the basketball event. There's 25 for finalists for the hockey event. So we've got more people here, more players here with their plus ones. So it's just a bigger event. The room is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's incredible room.
And obviously, with the island adventures that we had on the last two trips, it's a little bit different this time. They had the zombie paintball, which Chris did. I did the Lamborghini racing, which was absolutely life-changing.
Yeah, wow. So I saw it in the Adventure Day video.
Yeah.
What exactly was Lamborghini racing?
I mean, that is that's a big statement you just made. Life-changing. What is it about driving a Lamborghini that's life-changing?
Well, it's not that you were driving it. One, they take you out to the Las Vegas Speedway. So there's this big NASCAR racetrack that you're on, and then in the infield, they have like a 1.2-mile road course. So there's a lot of twists and turns, and there's a kind of a long back straightaway, and you can really get those bad boys moving.
What'd you get it up to?
I got up to about 145 miles an hour on the straightaway. When you get up to fifth gear, and that thing just keeps going.
Weren't you worried about throwing a tire?
I was worried about a lot. I mean, look, when you first get there, but they really help you out through the whole thing. So you're not in this car alone. Just
Only
trying
5
to gun
years,
it.
though?
I believe there are 6. I didn't quite get that. I think it had a top speed of like 215 or 220.
Are you a risk taker? Like, do you like skydiving and stuff like that? Like, is that a thing
No,
you get down for?
I'm somewhat risk averse.
But if you're on land, if you're on the ground,
Yeah.
you'll get a little crazy with it.
I mean, look, they teach you in like a PowerPoint seminar how to do it first with the race car driver. Then they give you a guy that's going to show you how to drive the car in a simulator on the exact track that you're racing, and then you get outside with it. You're sitting right next door, sitting shotgun to you is another race car driver walking you and talking you through all the different turns. So there's no time that you're just out there all by yourself on an island, and they're encouraging you to go faster and telling you how to take the best lines. And
was it a stick shift that you were driving?
No, it's a paddle shift.
Okay.
So there's no clutch, but the downshift's on the left, the upshift's on the right, and you just go, man.
Yeah.
That car can get.
But which one did you drive? I knew you could choose
I had the
from like a couple.
Huracan.
The
Yeah.
Huracan?
Yeah.
Must be nice.
Fun fact, my first car was a 4-cylinder Mustang, 89,
There you go.
5-speed though.
Oh.
I made that 4-cylinder feel like a 6-cylinder.
Made it hum.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot of car. It's a lot of car.
Do you know how to drive a stick?
I do know how to drive a stick.
I feel like it's a lost art.
It definitely is. But it's one of those things where being from D.C., driving a stick there is a nightmare. It's just stop and go traffic. I'm sure it's probably the same because you're from L.A.
Yeah, Los Angeles, there's no reason for a stick. If you live in like Montana, or Tennessee, then there's a reason to have a stick shift. But
Oh, stick shift in traffic is the worst.
Yes.
I actually had a college roommate of mine. He learned how to drive a stick shift as a parking valet.
so he burned out a few
Yeah,
clutches.
Employee of the month.
So he needed a job so bad that he applied for a nice hotel, and his first I couldn't even imagine. This is just his personality. But me, I'd be so embarrassed, like the guy giving you the key and not knowing how to go. But yeah, it's definitely a lost art. But anyways, from stick to stick, let's talk about hockey. You like that? Oh,
You know what?
Come on.
Such a pro.
Come
I'm
on.
supposed to be the clever one on the panel, and that was amazing.
Oh, they should have warned you.
That you know what? I'm keeping score, and you just got one.
Okay, cool. I have a lot to live up
One.
for,
I've got
or
none.
live up to with Al being your role model in life. All right.
He seems like a nice. Not that you didn't seem like a nice guy, but I'm saying he always looked to me like this really like nice, wonderful, like lovable character, and then when I met him, he just continued to be that. Not that you didn't, but I'm just saying.
So
I'm not on trial here. I'm just saying.
Yet.
That's my
you're about to be-
analysis of the whole situation.
All right. So we're going to be having some percentages here in a second, but we're talking about the experience. Also, Al, I don't want to leave out the horse game with
Yeah.
Dr. J. We
Yeah.
got to
That was
play with
incredible.
Dr. J.
And
Yeah,
that-
and
that
you were
was
hot
incredible.
fire.
Training him. It was
You
like soccer
had-
day for three.
You had the pleasure of being behind me.
Which was the worst luck. I've run pretty good. I'm not complaining about many things in my life, but that was some serious run bad for me because you missed your first shot, and I get control. I get to take a shot that I want. I take like a little 17, 18 footer, drain it. Dr. J says, "Nice form, kid." One,
did you get goosebumps?
calling me kid, right there. I feel young again. That's
Yeah.
great. Dr. J telling me I have nice form. Double bonus, right? And then you go ahead and drain. You banked one off the wall.
Yeah.
You hit one from about 30.
I
one
was
was
feeling
far
it.
out.
You know what, Al? We've talked about this before. I was in the zone.
Sometimes you get in the zone.
It was
were.
not a heat check. Those were not heat checks.
No,
I was
you were
in the
living
zone.
in the zone.
Right.
There was no heat check to come.
Right. You think that every crazy shot is a heat check shot. It's not. Not when you're in the zone. We've had this argument plenty of times.
No,
Let's let Chris
No, wait.
settle
You know
it.
what the heat check was? You hit like 3 in a row. Okay, from really good shots. I mean, it was exciting to watch. It sucked that I was right behind you. And then your heat check shot was one where you said, "You know what? Let me just bank this off the wall." Bang.
To be fair, Pete won it, right?
Yeah, Pete took Dave down.
Yeah. Well, Pete was
But-
shooting long distance shots
But
the whole
but
time.
hang on though, Pete was originally behind Dr. J.
Yes.
And that's how it started. So
Yes.
it looked like in that situation that he didn't stand a chance.
Right.
So to muster and you draining threes from way out.
Yeah.
You know, I gotta give him his propers as the kids.
Well, the
kids
thing
are
was,
saying.
Dr. J was so cool. Like he's 65.
Great guy.
Yeah.
Great guy.
But very approachable
Oh, yeah.
and like just talking with us, like being very encouraging. listen, he's no spring chicken, but like he still hit some shots, still did a nice little finger roll.
You know, my favorite moment, I don't know if anyone got it on camera or anything, but there was one point where his commercial for the NCAA tournament
and he
came up,
pointed
and
up
he was
to
like, hey, I think I know that guy.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh, Dr. J.
Yeah.
That was cool. That was definitely cool.
That guy looks real familiar. All right, so
we got stuff going on. We got people already getting into it. Pucks are dropped.
It's getting exciting.
Pucks are dropped.
We're knee deep in it right now.
Speaking of hot fire, all right, let's talk about percentages owned. Who do you think is the heaviest percentage owned guy?
Well, can we break it down by like?
You talking about skaters or goalies?
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
Like a goalie, I think it's going to be Pecorine. That game hasn't started yet, but I believe he's going to be the highest owned guy.
You know what's crazy?
No.
Ovechkin,
Yeah.
16% owned.
Well,
Wow.
too expensive. Too expensive.
So
In a
four
matchup,
people-
it's not ideal.
It means 4 people rolled the dice on Ovechkin. Heaviest guy, center, 13 teams own him, 52%. Micah Zibanejad.
Plays for Ottawa.
Yes.
Yes.
That's a lot.
He's on the line with Bobby Ryan, is he not?
Yes. Bobby Ryan also the
40% owned, right?
The second highest guy, 40% owned, and his salary is at $5,300. So there you go.
Yeah, so people were really attacking that line. Toronto has really not been performing well recently. That's their top line. They both skate together on the power play. It's a good combo. A lot of correlation between those two skaters. If Ottawa does well, you're going to assume that one or both of those will do well, and if one does well, then obviously the other one should as well get some. Maybe the remore that swims next to the shark. If Zibanejad gets a couple of goals, then maybe Ryan gets a couple of assists, and vice versa.
Right. And so we have like people like kind of screaming behind us.
Yeah.
Mostly of the female, I guess.
I'm waiting for the first goal to go in somewhere.
So the thing about hockey, and I'm saying this as like not an avid hockey fan, but someone that watches like the Preds when they're in the playoff race, or in the playoffs, or USA whenever they're in the Olympics. It's an exciting sport.
It is. It's very fast.
And so it's like every shot, you're like, ugh. And like down south, it's like always, shoot it. But I feel like it's a very exciting sport to follow. And so you're going to hear like a lot of these screams through the night.
I mean, and it's somewhere between, for me, from a DFS perspective, somewhere between baseball and basketball, because as you said, there's constant scoring in the sense that there's shots happening all the time, so you're going to tick upwards and saves being made. So it's more like basketball in that sense, but it's also an event sport. There's big scoring opportunities when a goal happens, kind of like a home run in baseball. You get a goal, you get an assist. Somebody really shoots up half the scoreboard, the leaderboard as it goes along. So when one of those events happens, it does happen to move people around the standings, but also there's constant movement throughout the night. So it's somewhere between baseball, which is really purely an event sport with home runs, or football with touchdowns, and basketball where there's just scoring all the time.
And basically what you're looking for, in my understanding in NHL, is that like the best thing that can happen is you have the 2 assists and the goal. The old tic-tac-toe, and own all 3 of those players. That's what, 7.5 points in hockey?
Yeah.
So that's something that these guys are looking for. That's why they're running 3 players on the line. Like you said, they start their one line, and they also play on the power play. So in one series of plays, plus you don't always know the numbers of the guys.
Yep.
You know, you're looking at them, and you're kind of like, oh, wait, who touched it? And sometimes someone touches it, because when a goal goes in hockey, it's not always by the guy that you think it was.
Yeah.
If someone caught the deflection, exactly.
Tap in.
So I feel like there'll be a lot of, yeah, and then, oh, okay, well, he touched it.
Then you got to look who's skating back to give the fist pumps as they go down the line.
And let's not
Whoever's
forget,
first is the guy that scored the goal.
And let's not forget about the meaningless empty netters. You know, like they're not meaningless here.
They're not meaningless to us.
But, so I'm hoping someone wins on a netter.
You know, if people can't see behind us, we have all these TVs, so people can watch whatever game they want to. Also, there will be a leaderboard up soon. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Like I can even glance over and watch some what's happening. They just showed my favorite player name. This guy he played for the Preds and then the Red Wings. Now I think he's on the Devils. Jordan, his last name is Tutu. How would you like growing up with that name?
I mean, that wouldn't be too fun.
Oh!
One for
me. Mark it down.
For me.
Mark it down.
1-1.
Nice.
Tied it up.
Nice.
1-1.
Yeah, so it's like it reminds me of the Johnny Cash song about a boy named Sue. basically you name the boy Sue so that they'll be tough when they grow up.
Life's
They
rough
have to
for a
'cause they
boy
gotta get
named
into
Sue.
fights. They got to walk that line.
Yes.
Because you're mine. I walk the line.
You guys, you're all up on the Johnny Cash reference.
I mean, when you name your kid Sue, you're really throwing them into a ring of fire.
Yes.
Oh, you know what? That's one for Al. You're in the competition now. That's one for Al.
I'm in the bidding.
Al.
Oh man, so Al
one.
got one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
it's
burns,
1-1-1
burns.
for-
Yeah, but I'm not going to get
comedic-
the minutes that I need to be able to win. You guys
Yeah,
are going to have much
comedic
more
zingers.
time.
You don't have the
That's
usage
true.
rate.
That's
No.
You don't quite have
I'm the microwave.
You
I'm
don't have the usage rate.
I'm
that-
Vinny Johnson. I come in off the bench and I score, but then I just sit back down and
You're
relax.
like a $3,000 NBA player. That
I just reached
22
value.
points.
Right.
22
So
points.
another guy that we talked about, Yaroslav Halak.
Yeah.
Fourth
I like him.
heaviest
I
owned
like
guy.
him a hell of a lot. Are we counting that one?
We're off the rails
You
now.
laughed. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. You laughed. I'm taking it. It might have been a pity laugh for the show, but I'm taking it anyway. It counts.
All right.
And, LS Villa has 3 entries right into this tournament. He has Halak on one of his teams that I noticed.
Yes. We also have Mikulek at 32%, Mark Stone at 32%, and Turris at 28%. That's that line we talked about as far as it going to be a popular line. It turns out to be so. Brendan Gallagher at 16% as well. So, yeah, we'll take a look kind of at what's happening on the leaderboard, and not a whole lot of scoring. We got 0.8.
0.8 is taking it down right now. If you have 0.8, you have the monster.
And that was from Halak.
Yeah, 4 saves early for Yaroslav Halak, and
Yes.
we're going to see some action. It's going to happen when that first goal comes and breaks the seal on the evening.
Mm-hmm.
That's when the floodgates are going to open. The players are just as excited about this Fantasy Hockey World Championship as
Do you
we
think-
are.
and
Obviously.
we're about 6 minutes
Oh, they
in.
know.
Do you think they know what's on the
If they
line?
don't know, they will.
Carolina scored a goal. I'm looking at that right now against the Rangers.
Yep, I don't know
I
if
guess
anybody...
no one went with Carolina.
Yeah, that was
So yeah, it's like a waste of. That's why they scored a goal and there was no yelling and screaming. Everyone
No.
went, "Who cares?"
You know why? Because the Carolina game was the girl next door game.
Oh, okay, that works. That makes sense then. But they do have 1 goal. That's official now.
Talked about it at the
Put
beginning.
it on the board.
All right, so we're talking about the NHL stuff. We'll still need percentages of some of these other games that are coming out. How heavily owned are these Preds going to be?
It's got to be high.
It's going to be interesting. And let's talk about, though, switching sports, the NBA event tomorrow.
Yes.
Al, we talked about how tonight's going to be different than tomorrow. You got a lot of late scratches possibly. So,
And okay, this is actually interesting. How do you handle that from the standpoint of now there's no late swap? So, and it's for $1 million.
Yeah.
So, are you the kind of person that would want to take the? You were running around today with a little thing, your phone.
Yeah.
And it was like 2 options on it. You could push a button to get $1 million, like guaranteed.
Yeah.
Or have a 50-50 shot at, what was it, $100 million?
100 million, yeah.
Okay. And a lot of people went with the 50-50, and I think you thought they were crazy.
It depends on your perspective. I mean, if you got $1,000 in your DraftKings account and you have an opportunity to pull down 7 figures,
Right.
you get a 2 check immediately. You should probably take that 2 check.
So in a situation like this, though, where now there's no late swap, how do you attack that, knowing that this guy who's on the fence
Yeah.
might not get in the game?
Obviously, I really think it's going to affect the percentage owned. If there's somebody who's questionable with a possibility of being doubtful, maybe they were injured the game before and it's a later game, it's the 3 o'clock start, maybe Sacramento, a guy like DeMarcus Cousins, let's say.
Right. That's
Just
exactly what-
speculating.
that's what
I
I
don't know
was
if
thinking
he's going to be in or not. And if he's questionable tomorrow, then people are going to have to make that decision. We'll obviously hold the number down on him. I think you'll see those guys pop up more on the teams that are the players that have 2 and 3 teams. I just heard behind us that we have a goal.
Yep.
Did you see who it was, Dave?
I did not see, but it was
It was Carolina.
the
It was the girl-
Rangers.
Oh, it was the Rangers. Was it? It still says
so
0-1.
Cam Talbot jumping out to a lead. Do we
Maybe
have
not. Maybe it wasn't
No, it wasn't
the
the
Rangers.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure as of now.
Maybe we can get our producers behind the glass to text us
it's
with
the
who
Islanders.
that is.
I need the information.
It was a New York team.
It was
Wait,
somebody
hold
in
on,
New
hold
York.
on, wait. I've got something.
Maybe we'll find out in a New York Minute who scored that goal.
I've got something coming in right now. They're saying, Chris, you do not have an earpiece.
Yes, it
I'm
was
gonna
the
take that one,
Islanders.
too.
Just scored first go. Let's see. Strome.
Strowman?
Strome.
Strowman. Is that the
Strome.
Sausage King of Long Island?
Strome.
It's 1 for Al.
I'm telling you, I reach value. I don't need long to reach value in this game.
You're killing it. You're killing it right now.
All right, so we have Jason Robbins
There's an
behind
announcement
us.
going right now.
He's giving an announcement. He's saying, "Welcome, everybody."
I'm not really sure how to handle this. Do we
I
just
feel like
paraphrase?
we're doing the golf championships
Do we
now.
paraphrase what it is that he's saying to them?
Saying,
Can they hear them?
"Whoa, the crowd really likes it."
The crowd enjoyed whatever it was.
Yeah.
And we're just going to go ahead and continue on here.
Yeah.
So back to you, Dave.
No, I think people. That's one of the.
I don't
cool,
think we have to be quiet.
No, the cool experience though about this event is that you get to meet the people behind DraftKings. That includes Jason.
I will agree, and I'll tell you this much: I keep looking for the jerk. You know, the guy that's like, and I can't find him.
Yeah. Have you met John
Everyone's
Aguiar?
Really, I have not. I mean, I have, but I don't. He does not strike me
I'm
as
just kidding.
as a bad guy. No, it's just everyone is very warm. The staff is nice. The players are nice. I haven't had a bad conversation. All the excursions that I went on, because I went on too, the people that brought their families and their friends, everyone is just warm and wonderful, and it's just it's incredible. I'm really happy.
That's one of the things that we found over all the live events that Dave and I have either visited, covering them or participating in them over the last 2.5, 3 years, is that when you meet these, you put a face behind the screen name that you're competing against every day. These are people just like you, and everybody is just really genuine and really nice. And as you mentioned, the staff is great. As we were also just saying, you know, the players are just guys just like us.
Mm-hmm.
We have a female in the crowd as well who made one of the finals. Everybody that's gotten to these live finals is a genuinely nice person. I'm glad to have met them, and you know, it's a great event to come to as both as something that I'm covering or something that I'm competing in.
And I never expected it to be not that way. We're all like-minded people. We like sports. We like daily fantasy. So it would make sense that we would all get along. But sometimes you just think you're going to find someone who's maybe a little arrogant about, you know, the fact that they've won so much money or what have you. And everyone is just nice, humble, sweet, wonderful people. I could not be happier to be here.
Yeah. Speaking of, shout out to Drew Dinkmeyer out there.
Dink peace. Right? Is that a thing?
I got my shot in it, Drew.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, I got my shot in it, Drew. So there you go. Let's also make sure to mention that you need to tweet at us, #DKWC.
Yeah, if we have something to talk about with you guys, it'll be a lot easier. Fill some time. I want to interact with the people.
We have Team Cannon saying, really excited. We have the Panthers Bruins on the big screen. LOL. I think one person in the tourney is interested. Kyle, we miss you.
Yes.
Really thought that you would be here for this event. But
Dessert Life misses him too. Did you see the
Life.
dessert table?
I did.
It's pretty
There's
fantastic.
a dessert table.
There is a dessert. You want to go off the air for a couple of minutes? Here?
Am I allowed to? Let me check with my producer.
I need to try at the end because I've had a little bout with food poisoning.
Yeah.
Like Michael Jordan, both were for the big championship, had some bad pizza.
But you know what I liked about you? You said you were going to play,
Yeah.
and you showed up.
Oh, hey, and I'm about to push off Byron Scott. You know what I'm saying?
It wasn't moments before
No.
lineup lock where you decided I'm not
No.
coming down and stuck me holding the bag.
Right. Still, Dessert Life is going to be a tempting thing that I have to figure out. Am I going to try or not?
But
Dabble.
don't fade the blackout cake. I'm just putting that out there.
blackout cake?
Don't fade the blackout cake.
There's blackout cake.
There's blackout cake. It's pretty delicious.
All right, yeah, and someone asked, Birdie18 asked if we're going to take a look at the lineups. We will. In a second, we have some of these lineups coming out. So, yeah, again, make sure that you're using #DKWC.
KWC.
You can say basically mean stuff, but we prefer if you say nice stuff. Like one of the contestants, our buddy Sean, said, "Heard Soccer Dave, NHL name game is at an impressive level here."
Look at there.
Yep.
You're killing it.
Those broadcasting classes are really paying off, Dave.
It's something.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody knows, but moments before, like we went on the air, we're trying to. How do you say this guy's name? How do you say this guy's name? Okay, well that sounds like you're sneezing. So twist that. Say it this. Like it's these names are tough, especially if you're not too familiar with them. But I think you're doing great, and I've been purposely trying not to say the ones I don't know.
Well, I mean,
So
you
I'm
guys
cheating.
spent a lot of time before you guys went live on air today, just going over all the names and the lines and really preparing well. It's something that a lot of people don't see. They think we just kind of show up and you go on air and you're just fabulous. But there's a lot of work and a lot of effort that goes into it. So, kudos to you guys for putting in the work and putting together this great broadcast. Like I said, I'm overwhelmed by this set.
Yeah,
this is crazy. Yeah.
If you take a look at how far we've come just since the last event, not even a year ago.
They didn't even make me make sock puppets this time.
You made sock puppets.
I mean, it's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing. We'll talk off air.
Yeah.
Off air.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to be taking a break. When we come back, we'll have Pete on. But, Al, I hope that you can revisit us again tonight. It's going to be a long night, so hopefully you can jump back on. Definitely appreciate you joining us. And, like I said, hopefully we can get you back on later tonight because I feel like we've got a good thing going here.
Yeah. And I already got a couple of points. I've done my first half rotation.
You have.
I'll come back in the second half. I'll light up the second stringers, and then we'll see if we can get it done.
You're a role player, but you're an important role player.
Yeah, look, I'm old.
Yeah.
I understand my job on the team. I'm usually a greeter. I wave the towel when you guys come off air.
You and Pete are going to be competing for third man.
In the booth, right?
Like the third man award.
Oh, the third man award, yes.
Yeah.
This is like a tennis match right now for me in the middle. This is what it's. I'm just rotating back and forth.
These swivel chairs too, just fabulous.
It necessary because my back hurts from indoor skydiving. We can talk about that stuff later.
Yeah, we are going to talk about that stuff.
I've got some stories. I've got a couple stories.
So when we come back, we'll be joined by Pete Jennings, a.k.a. URAM. You might know him as the guy in all the commercials and winning all the stuff. So, stick around. We'll be right back. See ya.
Bye, everybody.
Hey, I'm John Aguiar here with DraftKings at Valley High Golf Course. It's excursion day here, the Fantasy World Championships. We've got some of our basketball and hockey players enjoying a beautiful day out on the course.
It's a perfect day, 82 degrees, beats the snow that we've been getting in the Northeast.
We've also got some really awesome stuff going on today elsewhere around the city. We've got guys racing Lamborghinis.
Some people chose the spa, some people went golfing, but you know what? For me, there was no way to do excursion day without getting down here to the racetrack and driving around in some Lamborghinis and Ferraris.
I just did the car racing here. You might see I'm still shaking. It was pretty crazy. You got a driver beside you who's saying go faster, don't brake, but you want to brake, and it's pretty intense.
Also got guys playing zombie paintball.
I will die for you!
But a great way to start off the weekend.
What's up, guys? Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here. Day 2 here at the Front Row Room, also known as the Dream Room. We have 20-something TVs. We have darts, Pop-A-Shot, basketball.
The watch room is absolutely fantastic. The fact that there's this many TVs and you can sit in one place with all the qualifiers from these tournaments and sweat all these games that we're just watching because we're fans of sports. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic.
All these upsets going on, including myself upsetting Dr. J in a game of horse.
Let me tell you, first of all, it's happy to be here in Vegas. It's like a second home to me. I really love Las Vegas. So to be invited out by the 76ers and DraftKings is really a pleasure. And hanging out here this afternoon, watching the games and seeing people, kind of laid back. I guess they had long nights or something because they kind of laid back and playing a very competitive horse game. us is all about shooting and creativity. And I think the two finalists were both excellent shooters.
Tonight, DraftKings has rented out the Bank nightclub at the Bellagio, talking about food, drinks. These contestants are getting just an experience of a lifetime, and it's only going to get better. So make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV as we have more live coverage. And we are back. Gone is one DraftKings Pro, and he is replaced by another Peter Jennings, a.k.a. CSU Ram.
The great CSU Ram.
A.k.a. the guy that won $1 million.
My finest moment.
You might recognize him as the guy always on DraftKings TV with us, Pete. But now, like, we had this awesome set.
Yeah.
We had this awesome time.
We started from the bottom, now we're here.
Yeah.
Not going to lie, this is like a man's dream right here. We got 27 TVs. We had the basketball hoop earlier, all the games, food, open bar.
You took that down, by the way.
I could hang out
the
here.
Horse game.
Should have been Dave. Dave had the best shots that day.
You had the best long-range shots, though. Like, you could not miss.
I was talking about this earlier.
You're like a three-point specialist.
I was talking about this earlier. The odds, I think, of me making a behind-the-back shot and one off the wall is about 1 in 10,000.
True.
And you made it back-to-back, Dave.
I was in the zone, but still, like, you know your specialty, and it is, like, you have, like, NBA range.
No.
Yes, you do.
No, not NBA range.
Yeah.
No Steph Curry.
No,
Steph Curry.
you were Steph Curry, basically.
You were shooting deeper than me, man.
Okay, so we're both awesome.
Yeah.
I think you're both incredible. I wasn't even invited to play because they knew
Well, there's a
about
reason
my
for
non-sports abilities.
Right, but the fact is, this room.
I was actually shocked though because not that I didn't expect you guys to be good at sports, but you just think when you think fantasy, sometimes you think these are people that are computer geeks and whatever, and they like their sports, but you guys are very athletic.
Are you calling me fat?
No.
You're calling me fat.
I swear that's
wow.
Not what I mean.
First fat joke.
No.
This guy.
That is not what I mean at all. You're putting words in my mouth.
Whoa.
I'm saying that just in my mind's eye, it's kind of like you don't expect these people to be as athletic as they are, and you guys are blowing me away.
I mean,
you saw the combine.
If it wouldn't have happened to Dave's ACL, we'd be picking Dave on DraftKings. So
it's true. You've seen the combine video.
No, in no way, shape, or form was I insulting you, Dave.
Okay.
How dare you? You're going to make me out to look like a bad person.
Oh, no, you're not a bad person.
Well, I am, but not
Just
for that
really
reason.
mean.
Just
all right. So let's talk about this
Unfair.
room, though. You talked about it's like every man's dream. Like, you walk in. We've got the NCAA opening round. They just, come in and chill. We've got, we had darts. We had Pop-A-Shot. We had basketball. We had bubble hockey. And we had food and drinks.
No, the food's incredible.
I mean, what?
Food has been unbelievable.
What more could you ask for?
I mean, this is pretty much the bucket list right here. You got everything you need.
If we had,
I'm going to move in. I'm going to try to rent this out for as long as I can.
Winning $1 million tomorrow wouldn't be bad either. You could ask for that.
That would be a good way to spend money.
The icing on the cake.
You've got a pretty good chance at it.
There's 40 people, man.
Yeah, but you're really good at NBA.
You're CSU.
I don't know.
You're CSU.
You guys are trying to jinx me over here.
No. Oh, no, I would never.
Did you see what's going on over here?
I said you got a really good shot at it. I do believe that.
I like the pun, though. Really good shot.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't even notice that, but I'm going to give you a point for it.
Yeah, make sure you put that point down.
Fine, give me that.
All right.
Point for Dave.
If you could, Tori has done a great job playing this event. If you could have, something else, be in this room, tweet #DKWC. What else would you have in this room besides TVs, games, maybe a ping pong table?
Ooh, ping pong.
Maybe something. Let's get some tweets going. #DKWC about what you would have at the championship as far as something really cool. What would you have?
Would I add? I mean, maybe a pool table.
Pool table. Okay.
Pool. Honestly, the only reason I'm coming up with things is because you're making me.
No, I mean, I asked you a question.
At no point did I come in here and go, you know what, we make this better. I think it's great the way it is.
Yeah.
But if
Pete, what about you?
I mean, I love the ping pong idea, but I have to, you know.
Are you a good ping pong player?
I'm all right. I don't know if I'm as
skee ball.
Skee ball would be a very bad idea for me. I would. I'd be hanging out there all day chasing.
You use the basketball salary scale. What would you cost for ping pong fantasy purposes?
Ping pong, I'd be like 6,500, 7,000. Skee ball, I'd be about whatever. What's been priced? $3K.
Yeah, I'd be $3K for skee ball.
Maybe 3,100.
I'd be like $9K for ping pong.
I'm really good.
Yeah.
I'm good at dumb things, like things that will not do me any good in life. Skee ball being one of them. So I'd have to put myself.
We'll put you against
Russell
Drew
Westbrook
Dinkmeyer.
status.
Drew Dinkmeyer is an amazing skee ball player.
See, I go for the ones that are when they have the ones that are on like the upper left.
The hundreds?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're good
Draining
at those, you'd have a good advantage against him if you can make them. Because Drew is just very consistent, straight down the middle.
It's like so Drew. It's like what he does. You know, the guy has won like the
a lot of singles out there. You know?
the two NBA events on DraftKings, the FCK championship where it's like a bunch of different games in a row. He's just like so consistent.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, he's as good as there is.
And that's his skee ball game. And Drew, if you're out there, we missed you. I did troll you with the 3 different type of mac and cheeses. Yeah, rest good knowing that right after I tweeted that, I got food poisoning. So so that's what I get.
The powers that be came in and smited you.
That's what you get for taunting someone about eating food.
Exactly. All right, so let's talk about some of the hockey stuff.
Well, do you have any updates on who's in the as the leaderboard? I'm sure it has, but who's winning now?
I'm looking behind me to check on this Ottawa game, which I know has to be popular. Still 0-0 there. Ottawa did just have a power play.
And Washington hasn't scored yet.
Nothing's been scored. So pretty uneventful so far. But a lot can change in hockey, just like in baseball, where a home run, a couple goals here can change everything. So
you know a lot about that.
I have
baseball. You know a lot about that.
Baseball home runs. I like home runs.
For sure.
Have Kay Cannon in first at 4.9 points.
It's a barn burner.
We have LSU Tom 123. I wonder if he's an LSU fan.
And he'd be disappointed because they lost by a point the other day.
Yeah. Boy, they really blew it in basketball.
I don't want to talk about
it. Did you have anything? I don't
want to talk about it.
That's
fair. I wouldn't want to talk about it either.
He's from California, so I don't know why his name is LSU Tom. Beep, I'm a Jeep. We have to get him on the show.
We do have to get him on the show.
He's a really, really nice guy.
Yeah.
He's a really, really nice
he
guy.
invented a phrase called celly. He said,
What?
let's celly.
Celly?
It's a Canadian phrase for celebrate.
Okay.
So he, in the baseball championship, Pete got first, and I believe he got second?
Yes. Yep.
He wore... I haven't seen him tonight. But
His shirts.
He wore an amazing shirt of just a big tiger. Is it a tiger?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a tiger and eagle. He's got all. It's cool though. I like it.
America. Tiger and an eagle. That's as American as it gets.
He had another cool shirt one of these earlier days. So I mean, he's just apparently
Isn't
he's got.
he Canadian?
Yeah, he's got a wardrobe of fascinating shirts. They're cool.
Okay.
So the first place right now is C given 2. He had Mike Hoffman, the only person with Mike Hoffman, and he did have a goal and has 2 shots on goal.
Mike Hoffman scored?
Mike Hoffman did score.
Wow. He got moved off the first line. That is incredible.
Yeah.
Speaking of Kay Cannon over there, I know he must be Mike Hoffman.
Yes.
He's been known for playing Mike Hoffman on DraftKings, and he just got moved off the line.
He got moved off the line, so that means people probably came off of him, and so that leaves one person on him. Only one person had him tonight.
Yeah.
And that was C given 2.
That is absolutely unbelievable because another one of my friends, another DraftKings guy, was talking about how Mike Hoffman would troll everybody by scoring a goal after getting moved off the line. So very interesting that he came through. He's a great skater, and he just got moved off the first line.
As far as target scores tonight, do you think there is a target score?
Yeah, what do you need to win?
I get
pretending you didn't see how these started. Just kind of started.
Yeah,
slow.
when I would have started, I would have said 45 or
45?
so, maybe 50. But that'd be high. That's high scoring. There is one game that I think could see a lot of scoring. But yeah, at this point, I would think 40, 45 would definitely be a good score to have in the clubhouse.
Do you think people went contrarian? If it was you, and you had one entry, would you go contrarian or would you go chalk?
In hockey, I definitely would go relatively chalky. I mean, that's more my strategy too. But I found that a lot of people think about the contrarian aspect and they do a lot of things, and oftentimes the really chalky plays aren't as heavily owned as they would be in a sport like basketball. So I would just take the numbers and go with what I thought was the best play.
Interesting trivia question. Do you guys know why they call like the favorite whoever's going to play the chalk?
No. Ooh.
Because in horse racing, because the favorite horse would get bet so much, they used to write it in chalk.
Oh.
And they're racing, and the chalk would get smaller and smaller and smaller as the odds kept changing on the horse. That's why they call those plays the chalk.
Do you watch Peaky Blinders?
I don't know what that is.
It's a Netflix show.
Dave just erupts in laughter.
I don't know what.
I've never watched it either.
You know what, Dave? I'm going to give you a point for cracking yourself up. You're tied with me now. You're tied with me now.
It's a Netflix show, but it's about like horse racing, and they use the chalk and everything else. So
that's where that expression
came
from. Because that's the horse that got picked the most.
Yeah.
Subsequently, the odds kept changing.
Some would say the horse that got you there.
The horse that got you there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my voice is. I got overzealous at zombie paintball.
Did you go to zombie paintball, Pete?
And
no, I did not go to zombie paintball.
What excursion did you do?
I feel embarrassed to even say it.
You didn't go on
You went spa.
No, I played golf, which I've done. I love to play golf.
What's wrong with
There's
that?
some guys. It's fun. I loved it. It was really, really nice. But Lambo racing sounded awesome, and paintball. So,
And seeing the paintball videos, it got pretty intense.
I got overzealous. I knew that our producer Ben was filming for video content. I'm pretty much here to be the shtick guy. So the minute the camera was pointed at me,
you were hyper aggressive in the zombie
I started
paintball?
yelling and screaming and I'll die for you, Johnny. And it was and I woke up this morning just all tore up. But
any welts or anything? Was there any pain in the paintball at all?
No, because they didn't fire at us. It was basically the people were dressed up as zombies, and we had to attack them. So there was although there was some friendly fire. I believe Ben got taken down.
That's what I was wondering. If you were being so wild, someone might have shot you down.
There was a little bit. It was more wild.
Ben got some friendly fire.
All right.
It was more wild with my verbal enthusiasm. I'm sure we'll have video of that, and Ben will put something together for us. You guys can see that
love
craziness.
The passion. Excited to see it.
I went too far, and I apologize. I got overzealous, but I wanted to protect my team. Some of the contestants were in it. I can't let them be eaten by zombies. They're not going to be able to compete.
Yeah, I mean you wouldn't be a good DKTV host if you let that happen.
I did what I had to do.
Yeah, speaking of DKTV,
did what I had to do.
Speaking of DKTV, make sure that you're subscribing to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/DKTV. You get to see all the videos. Even if you're not here, it's still cool to see all the stuff going on, bucket list stuff, we've talked about, kind of the events, people cheering, crying, whatever, just fun stuff, hugging, emotions.
Well, it's very emotional because the thing is that these events they're life-changing. Some people have been saying, well, the basketball tournament, you're going to get $1 million, and the NHL is only going to get $100,000. But no. I don't want to hear any of that. These are life-changing amounts of money. They can be down payments on houses. They can be, new cars, college tuition. It's such a big opportunity for everyone involved that, of course, you're going to see emotion. Of course, you're going to see those things, and it's amazing. That's what it's all about. That's why I love daily fantasy sports.
Look at Pete.
It's cool.
Look at Pete though. He's cool, calm, and collected. He always is.
He's got
this guy
that.
Never shows.
It's the calm.
Yeah, he just always look at him.
Can't rattle him.
To be totally honest, I mean, you get to these things, you're getting here. It's all the fun. You think you're going to win, and a lot of times, sometimes it doesn't work out, like football and whatnot. So you just got to go in and if you have a very baseline expectation, you're just going to be blown away, and it's going to be a great time. So I just try to really enjoy everything.
Well, and you're going to be in the NBA final tomorrow. It's going to be kind of a different feel than tonight with news coming out, people checking their phones after lineups locked to make sure that everything is.
Oh yeah, I hope we have a clean day.
Yeah, that would be definitely ideal to have no late scratches. But real quick before we go to a break,
MCW.
You have ventured into hockey this year.
Yeah.
And you've done really well at it. You're not going to say that, but I'll say it.
I mean, I don't know if I've done really well, but
Pete, you're okay. Pete is the best player right now in daily fantasy sports.
That's definitely not true.
Okay.
Dave.
We got something from Ottawa.
I like Ottawa.
Oh, we got Carlson.
Carlson, oh baby.
Carlson.
Eric? Yes. Eric.
I mentioned him before. Eric Carlson. That's
remember?
what I said. Someone told me that on the way in.
I knew the defensemen are all the
I
rage
said it
tonight.
back.
Okay, so we'll find out who scored. But back to Pete being a top 5 daily fantasy.
Dave.
I know
Let's
your name.
Stop with the humble stuff.
And I'm going to help you because I'm not that well versed. I've only been in this for a year, and you're one of the first names that I know.
Do you have a commercial on TV with
I do
your
not.
name on it?
I'm hoping I will.
Do I have a commercial on TV?
No, not yet.
They should. I mean.
Oh
yeah,
Pete
Dave.
does. Pete's had 2 commercials. One where he's a sock puppet. The other one where they're advertising how much money he's.
But don't downplay yourself either. The first 5 names that I knew were yours, because you guys have the shows.
Right.
So you guys are all part of that team.
Okay. Anyways, Pete's good. Yada yada yada.
Very good.
I want to talk though about
Tulo.
going into
Tulo, he's good. You want to talk about someone who's good?
Tulo, that's
Troy Tulowitzki is
and
good.
if he goes to a Colorado game, take Tulo.
transition overload. All right. Talk about your experience in hockey.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great sport. I think it's one of the best daily fantasy sports. I wasn't as big of a fan of hockey initially growing up. I loved NBA, college basketball, college football, even golf. Hockey was a sport that I really didn't love growing up. But daily fantasy's got me into it, and now I love the sport. It's really cool. Very similar to baseball, which is a great sport in daily fantasy too. There's less stress than other sports. You kind of know what to expect. You know the goalies. There's not a lot of late news. So I really enjoy the sport. There's a ton of strategy, a lot of nuances, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'm watching hockey now. So
yeah, exactly. That's the biggest thing, and I think it's one of the reasons why DraftKings has partnered with the NHL.
Yep.
And I'm excited about seeing more people kind of get into daily fantasy hockey, even starting you were kind of nearing the end of this season, but as football kind of transitions into hockey next year, I think hockey will become kind of a major sport.
I definitely agree, and what's really cool is we're getting all this exposure through the NHL. I mean, NHL.com, their shows. I mean, there's a lot of daily fantasy hockey content that's now mainstream, and I think that's really good for hockey, which is awesome. I mean, the fact that daily fantasy is growing hockey is a great thing, and then obviously with DraftKings, it adds a lot of legitimacy to what we're doing, and I think it's great. I mean, I think other leagues will take notice of how well the NHL is going.
Yeah, definitely, and we'll update the leaderboard in a second, but the fact, you are an excellent test case as far as someone who's now watching hockey because of playing, and I know that hockey even in the past has had some issues with, everybody says the live experience is so much better to watch it live than on TV, but if you have a DraftKings lineup,
it's wildly entertaining.
Watching different TVs, flipping channels is great.
Daily fantasy sports makes any sporting contest or any sport immediately interesting.
Yep.
Even if you don't like the sport,
and
you
you
never
learn
watched
to love
it.
everything, and it's great for all the leagues, and it's just exciting to see the growth of this industry and correspondence with all that stuff. So I love it.
All right, so updating the leaderboard, Peter Gibbons in first with 12.8. He had Eric Carlson. Again, Carlson 40% owned. Beep,
8,500 too. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
Very expensive.
Beep, I'm a Jeep at number 2 at 11.8.
my man Jay.
And then tied for third is Slewfoot and a guy that we all know, Tommy G.
Oh!
If Tommy wins tonight,
Vegas won't know what hit him.
the real winner is going to be the casino for sure.
Yeah, so you're saying he's not going to leave with it.
It's Tommy. Tommy is awesome. We'll definitely need to get Tommy on later tonight. We're going to take a 15-minute break, though. We'll be right back, and when we come back, we'll have some Nashville Predators ownership percentage, see kind of those 8 o'clock Eastern games, 5 o'clock Pacific
time
games.
change is tough sometimes.
Yes, how heavily owned are those guys? But, Pete, thanks for joining us.
Oh, thanks for having me. This is awesome. You guys are doing a kick-ass job.
Thank you very much.
It's so cool to see just this room and the production, all the videos. I mean, it's an exciting time. You can really feel the industry. It's awesome. So thanks for having me.
Oh, absolutely.
Awesome.
Thanks for being here.
We'll be back in 15 minutes. Stay tuned.
Hey, I'm John Aguiar here with DraftKings at Valley High Golf Course. It's excursion day here, the Fantasy World Championships. We've got some of our basketball and hockey players enjoying a beautiful day out on the course.
It's a perfect day, 82 degrees. Beats the snow that we've been getting in the Northeast.
We've also got some really awesome stuff going on today elsewhere around the city. We've got guys racing Lamborghinis.
Some people chose the spa, some people went golfing, but you know what? For me, there was no way to do excursion day without getting down here to the racetrack and driving around in some Lamborghinis and Ferraris.
Just did the car racing here. You might see I'm still shaking. It was pretty crazy. You got a driver beside you who's saying go faster, don't brake, but you want to brake, and it's pretty intense.
Also got guys playing zombie paintball.
I will die for you!
But a great way to start off the weekend.
What's up, guys? This is Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here outside of the world-class Aria Resort, and this is championship week. 2 live finals, never been done before. Saturday night, we have the hockey championship. Sunday night, we got the NBA championship where one person's going to be taking home $1 million. Today was arrival day. We had a welcome reception. So people got to check out their rooms. Players are really getting comfortable. DraftKings does not do anything second class. Everything's first class. Tomorrow we start the excursions and the fun. You want to make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV, at DraftKings TV on Twitter, youtube.com/DraftKings TV for more coverage throughout the week. And we are back. Welcome back to the Daily Fantasy Hockey Championship, the DraftKings World Championship. I'm Soccer Dave, David Kitchen. Joining me,
Christopher Colosi.
We had a pretty good hour and a half there. We talked pregame. First hour, I feel like things were going along swimmingly.
I was having a wonderful time until I signed in and saw some of the comments that we're getting. Someone told me that if they won the $100,000, they would cut off my squirrel mullet. So, Pete Vegas, you're going to get a point because that was funny. I'm a hat guy. I wear hats. They said more professional, so I had to throw it back in the man bun, the mun, if you will. And I think I look damn sexy.
Is squirrel mullet a thing?
It is now.
Okay.
I'm going to remember that. I'm going to put that in my act. That guy just wrote a joke for me.
I have never heard it before. All right. We're talking about the DraftKings $200,000 World Championship, where $100,000 is going to first place. Tomorrow, again, we have the NBA Championship as well. All this on DraftKings TV. But lineups are already locked, but we can now see the percentages of some of these people that are fairly heavily owned. And you've got Ryan Noss in first place with 19.9. So he is 3 points above second place.
He got a goal from Patrice Bergeron and only 4% owned, so that's big.
Yeah.
That's real big. Anytime a low percentage gets a goal, change everything.
And there's 25 contestants, so someone has a 1 in 25 chance at this $100,000.
Some people have better. Some people have multiple entries.
Yeah, so when you have 4% owned, basically that means that you're the only guy on there. Has had Eric Carlson, who is another heavily owned guy. Yaroslav Halak, 17 saves. So he has 3.4. Again, another heavily owned guy. Talking, though, about some of these Preds, you had Mike Fisher at 32%. And do you know what Pecorine was?
I have no idea.
36%. We thought that, I'm not sure you would say that is chalky. I guess for a championship event, 9 out of 25 people chose Pecorine, including...
And that's almost half the field.
Yeah. Well,
actually, I can tell you exactly how much it is. It's the percentage that's right there.
It's actually closer to a third of the field than a half. Actually, you know what? Take away a point for bad math.
But that's for funny. I can have a separate area where it's like stupidity. I can get a stupidity point. Yeah. They didn't hire him. All for show, nothing upstairs.
All right, so we've got Funk That 67, who has a lot of minutes remaining and is in second place. And we basically, he still has a lot of people, including Pecorine, whereas first place has Halak. Now he's being credited with 16 saves. All right. So one of the guys that had Pecorine, though, Tommy G, 1979.
Tommy G.
And you know what? He's going to be joining us in just a few short moments.
We're going to talk to him.
Yeah. Do you know Tommy G?
I don't. I'm meeting most of these people for the first time, but I'm excited about meeting all these guys.
All right. As far as some of these new guys, Shea Weber, 28% owned. Mike Fisher, 32% owned. Pecorine, 36% owned. Kyle Smith, 28% owned. So I guess you could say close to a fourth or a third went chalk with this. So definitely is going to be interesting to see how it plays out. And again, Micah Zibanejad at 3,800 was over 52% owned.
Well, and keep in mind, I'm so sorry. I had expected that from the standpoint of there's winning first place, which everyone wants to do, but you get money all the way up, So a lot of times it's, even if you go with the chalk, if everyone's going with the chalk like you predicted, you're not going to end up in last place necessarily because everyone's in the same boat.
Right.
You might not win it, but you'll still end up better than, base money. So I think the chalk was the way to go today.
Yeah, and we'll talk to Tommy. Tommy, if you would like to sit down in our
Come
guest.
on in, buddy. There, we got one here. We got one there.
Right
Come on
here.
in.
Microphone. This seems really important.
Thomas
Yes.
G.
Hello, sir.
Nice to see
Hello.
How are you?
Oh, hello, mate.
Hello, mate.
Oh, it's a little British mixed with a little Australian.
I guess that's what's happening now?
Yeah.
Hello, I can't do any
I was
voices.
with an Australian the other night, actually. I don't know if that's DKTV appropriate. But
Someone
it's
get this
true.
man a tea.
So, Tommy,
Yes, sir.
you are in the hockey championship.
I am. And I won the fan voting.
That's
That's how
awesome.
uneducated our fan base is.
No, I think that you winning would be like a dream come true
It would
for
be
for the B-roll footage.
Very
That would-
Alanis Morissette. It'd be very ironic.
Don't you think?
Don't you think?
Yes, I really do think.
I'm live, Dave, too. I'm not going to finish last, it looks like.
I know you're doing good.
I'm live.
And you chose Pecorine as your goalie.
Who?
Pecorine.
I don't know who that is.
Yes, you do. Stop it.
I was going to go Hammond, too. And that's his name, right?
Yes.
Yes, and I swapped him out for Pecorine. I thought Hammond would be higher owned.
So since
missed
I'm
that
just
out.
meeting you for the first time, because they're saying that this would be a very ironic thing. So what is your best sport?
Hockey.
Oh, it is?
No. I'm
Okay.
undefeated. I'm 1-0. So hockey's my best
Oh,
sport.
you're killing it.
It's
Baseball
D.
by far.
Baseball by far. Okay,
yeah.
so that's why
I was going to
need
go
get
with
in the
D, none of the above.
None of the hockey. I'm sticking with hockey.
No, but tell people how you qualified for this event. Wasn't it during the NBA All-Star break?
It was, and I had the Sirius show, and we were on air, and we had a caller call in asking why we never talked hockey. And I was like, because I know 3 hockey players. And he's like, there's a qualifier right now, you should get in it. So I literally went online, and there was a $1,000 queue with 1 spot left, and I'm like, F it. So I threw a team together, did some research the night before, and then hit it on the single bullet.
That's
so,
great. I see. Anything can happen. Anything
total
can
luck.
happen.
It was awesome.
The first lucky break I've ever gotten in my life. I wasted all my karma on this.
Talk about the live experience, though. All the TVs.
This is awesome because we even got the NCAA tournament going too, which I was afraid. I was afraid it was going to be all hockey,
Yeah.
no NCAA, but they got both. The girl-to-guy ratio here is actually pretty good too, shockingly,
Which is something that
which is crucial.
Tommy actually keeps in mind. That's like
that's the number
that's-
one most
that's-
important
$100
thing.
grand on the line.
Tommy's
you can care
not a
less.
stat guy, except when it comes to girl-to-guy ratio.
And you know what? The refs that are here are actually pretty hot. And I've been to other live finals, and these are the hottest refs I've seen.
Okay,
The female refs.
talking about
All right.
the promotional.
But outside of that, everything, the food and all that stuff's great too. But the girls are actually very good, so that's a good start.
Yeah.
It sounds like he waits his time based on attractive females,
Yes.
which is not. I'm not.
The main
I'm not
reason I
hating
want to
on him.
win is because I'm figuring if I'm holding that check, it's going to make me more sexually desirable to the referee.
Oh, for sure.
All right,
I really
well,
don't
let's-
care about the money.
All right, let's dial it down. I might have my 1-year-old watching this at home. I don't
If
want.
your 1-year-old can understand what I'm
You know,
saying,
I
then
don't.
she's
Well,
brilliant.
still, I don't want to go home to questions. Awkward questions later. All right. So you're playing hockey. You decide to throw in a Q entry. You hit. All right. So since that time, have you been practicing at all?
I literally, the first time I looked at hockey since that day was last night.
Okay.
Yeah, not a single play.
So you're sticking with what worked, not
Yeah,
knowing anything,
just
and boom,
straight
it's flying
luck.
in.
The
Straight
horse
luck.
that brought him here.
Yes.
The horse that brought him here.
My method is 3 players on the chalk, which I figured was Ottawa.
Right.
The highest money line goalie, which was Rene.
Right.
And then kind of mix and match some randos from other teams.
Get in where you fit in, just fill in.
Yeah, that's
what-
it. So it worked last time. Hopefully it works this time.
Are you, you're a Yankees fan.
Yes.
As am I.
You're okay. From New York, New Jersey.
Yes.
Do you have any hockey interest? Are you
I am a Flyers fan, believe it or not.
okay?
Don't know how that happened.
Tommy, what is like?
I'm contrarian.
You're a Yankees fan, a Flyers fan, a Tennessee Vols fan.
Yep. I'm all over the map. Actually, the Flyers happened because me and my brother didn't have a hockey team. So we were like, I was 5, he was 3, or 4 and 6. Like, we were young. And the Flyers were playing the Penguins on when they used to have, like, the Monday games and the Sunday
Right.
games and all that. And Hextall and Barrasso got in a fight. And I said, whichever goalie wins the fight is my team, whichever loses is your team. So Hextall beat his ass, and I ended up being a Flyers fan.
Okay.
And he's still a Penguins fan to
Well, that's
this
kind of
day.
how I was a Cubs fan. Watched him on WGN, but
It wasn't Papa Cub?
it was not Papa
No,
Cub.
it's
But
pre-Papa
Papa Cub
Cub?
just was like a bonus after I learned that he was also
The cherry on top.
a Cubs fan. So okay, so you're Jets, Yankees,
Nets.
Flyers.
Nets, Flyers, Volunteers, Villanova. A little all over
It's
the place.
very eclectic.
Villanova.
Yeah.
I'm
eclectic.
a little bit the same. My parents from the Lower East Side of Manhattan. I was born in Northern Virginia, but I'm a Yankees and a Knicks fan for those sports, and then a Pittsburgh fan for football and for hockey. So,
Steelers.
well, yeah, Steelers and the Penguins. So I just span 2.
There's a lot of Steelers fans, though. I have kind of the crappiest teams in every sport except the Jets.
Oh, please!
Yeah, it's
I'm a
true.
Titans,
I mean, except the
Vanderbilt,
Yankees, sorry.
and Cubs fan.
That's pretty horrible. It's pretty horrible.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
But I have the Jets, the Nets. Flyers are terrible. Tennessee's terrible outside of 1 year with T. Martin. Villanova's good. And the Yankees. Yankees saved me.
I do have the Preds, though. All right, so they are doing
They're
good.
a big favorite today.
Yeah, and they're minus 440 favorites.
Do we know what Rene's percentage owned
He's
is?
36% owned.
Is his name pronounced Rene?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
I'm glad I got that right.
I had a feeling you would choose him just based
Sure.
on his name.
Yes.
Pecorine. So, all right.
Sound like Pecker. So.
It does.
There he goes again.
So
I think I figured out who you are, like immediately, and I love you. I like this guy.
As far as like compare,
It's hot with these
Base-
lights here.
yeah.
How are you guys not sweating? You're doing a great job not
I
sweating.
don't
Because we
have
don't
any
have
sweat
a team.
glands.
No, I figured Dave would be sweating.
I have no sweat glands.
Definitely.
I had them.
You're not,
I had
you
them
look
removed
good.
right
Thank
before
You
this.
look good. You don't look glossy at all. I'm a greasy Italian, so I'm going to need to shower after this. interview.
Myself as well.
Yeah, so you get it.
all right. So how do you think you'll place today?
Horribly.
No, seriously.
You're already doing all right.
I think I'll probably...
What would be good for you? Top 10?
Good for me is top 25. Like, as long
Since you're
as
there, he's
the
done.
fact that I'm in
Nailed
it right now
He's
is good
done.
for me.
He can go
I mean,
home.
realistically, it's a little top heavy, so I'd love to finish in the top 2. But I mean, really, anything in the top, as long as I beat K Cannon, I'll be happy. So really, that's my benchmark. If I beat K Cannon, I had a productive event.
You and K Can. All right. Talk about baseball versus hockey.
I think they're similar, actually.
Right. So, like Al was talking about it earlier. We talked about the favorites with a goalie. He's almost like a pitcher.
Right. Yeah.
So,
I think that's why I don't want to say I've picked up hockey quickly. I've played one game until tonight. But
Yeah, well,
I
you
feel
said
like,
you're
I feel
100%.
like when I put together a strategy for the first night, I kind of used baseball strategy, and similar today, where I think you can go off the board and take chances in hockey like you can in baseball. Because it's very event-oriented. You know, you're looking for a home run, you're looking for a goal, you're looking for a shutout would be a complete game. But it's very similar in that the chalk's not going to always hit. So it's a little easier to be contrarian. You know, you can have a 4% guy outscore a 74% guy, where in most other sports you don't see that.
have you figured out what's BVP in hockey?
Yes, I think BVP in hockey is the history against that same team.
Okay.
So I looked at that.
So, team history.
Yeah, so if someone scored like 6 points last time they played that team, then I played that guy.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, you're in the hockey championship. You play NBA championships tomorrow, but baseball's coming up.
I'm not in the NBA championship.
Right.
I spent a lot of money trying to not get in that. Probably could have brought a brand new Jaguar.
But you're here for hockey.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So, yeah. So, for those that are just now tuning in, we're here with the Walsh.
Greatest hockey player in America, undefeated.
I mean, technically speaking, you
technically,
said
I'm
you
the
said you're 1 for 1.
only hockey player never to lose.
No,
hockey.
we're here
1
with the
for 1.
Wolf of DFS,
Wolf of hockey.
Tommy G. And Tommy, baseball's coming up. How excited are you for this baseball
Super
event?
duper excited. I'm actually retiring from NBA for the next 2 weeks. So
So like baseball's like
ready.
opening
done.
opening day, like they're having all these events on DraftKings, like a lot of money. I would venture to say some of the championships are going to be bigger than last year as well. So, like, are you ready for this?
I'm ready. Yeah. I'm wishing I didn't blow a good portion of my bankroll the last 3 weeks in NBA.
Right.
But yeah, that's why I'm taking 2 weeks off to kind of recuperate. And
I think it's a good thing.
yeah,
I think
there's no way it's.
I have kind of dialed down my play as well with the late scratches. Hopefully, we talked to Pete where he said that he hoped that tomorrow there would be no late scratches because that would be bad.
That would be hard.
But NBA's been tough lately because I was doing well for a short stint.
I
and
started
the last couple
hot,
of weeks,
yeah. I started
really
hot,
rough.
and then last
what
few
happens
weeks.
is a guy like Russell Westbrook gets all hot, and then you have to make that decision
Well,
about
it's
do you
every
take
night,
him or do you not take? And
Russell
it's,
Westbrook becomes Coors Field, and it's
Exactly.
like you can't fade it, and then when you play it, it's too much overlap in NBA right now.
All right, so we have some news. Tommy, I'm not sure if this affects you or not. Do you have Milan Mikulek on your team?
I have no idea.
Okay. So he is
on Ottawa. If he's not on Ottawa, there's
I
a
don't
slim
know.
chance that I
You
have
do
him.
not have him.
No, I don't think
and
I
so
have
that's
him.
actually good news for you because he's on 8 of 25 teams, and he is out with an upper body injury.
Good.
Oh,
That's fantastic.
Wow.
Never root for an injury except at a live final.
That was the thing that I was hoping.
Hold on, did I
wouldn't
just move
happen.
up there, Dave?
You
just
are
jumped.
in 6th.
All right.
And I mean, there's a lot of people that have him. I mean,
Are the guys with him? Are they even still here, or have they already walked out?
No, they're still here. But like K Cannon had him.
Good. Am I beating K
So
Cannon?
now you're
You are.
wishing
I'm
might come
going to
true.
whip his, you know what?
Yeah.
That's
Well,
my DKTV censorship right there.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome, David.
By the way.
So we're 1 out of 5, I think.
All right.
We're right.
Did
I
you-
hope K Cannon's whole team gets injured.
Did you have Micah Zibanejad?
I don't think so. Doesn't sound familiar. Doesn't sound like a name I would roster.
They want me
If
to
it doesn't
pronounce
sound like
that name
Pecker-
as many names as many times as possible.
What was it again?
Zabanajak.
Micah Zibanejad.
Zibanejad. No.
Zibanejad? I don't know.
I don't have him.
Zibanejad. Bum, 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 bum.
What are my other two guys? What do they own? The
All
other
right.
two new guys that
That's
just
the point.
started.
Okay, so we're talking. Brian Bickle is 4%, so you're
Good.
you're the only donkey on him.
By
Is
the
it-
way,
what
Dave,
period's he in?
you're beating me right now at comedy.
First
just so you
period.
know.
Very good.
And Craig Smith is 28% owned.
Dude, that's not bad that I have some high percentage owned guys. I'm
No,
pretty proud of myself.
you're the only guy on Derek Brassard and Brian.
What's his
Bickle.
PMR in relationship to the?
So he is 299 PMR.
Are they
so
horrible humans or are they decent players?
You're still in the hunt for this.
I don't really know what's in the hunt, actually.
But okay, well that's what I'm telling you. The wolf.
But how do you know? You don't
Hey,
even play hockey, do you?
Hey everybody! The wolf is still in the hunt.
You're trying to unveil the secret here. We love hockey. We're great at hockey. You try to tell us we don't know our
Hey,
hockey.
No, only Dave.
Tommy,
I trust that you know.
are you checking your scores on the
I am.
DK
On the
app?
No, on the DK mobile. I'm
Oh.
a website guy.
Okay.
But the DK app is amazing.
Yeah.
And I recommend it to anyone who's playing on DraftKings.
Okay.
I think they should all go and download the DK app right now and start using it so you can update my scores and watch me win and beat K Cannon.
You using the mobile version
I do.
over the app version
old school.
is such a Tommy move.
Such a contrarian move.
It's such a Tommy move.
Sometimes you got to be contrarian.
Yeah, sometimes you do.
It's true. I just dropped.
Even when you fade the most amazing app out there. Well, Tommy, appreciate you coming on.
The DK app is the Russell Westbrook of apps.
It is.
It is.
It's the Alex.
It's the Coors Field.
It's the Alex
of apps.
Ovechkin.
It is. I was going to play Ovechkin.
Why didn't you?
I swapped him out last minute
Okay.
For who?
for Carlson, actually.
Oh, well, that
Which
was
worked
a,
I had,
out.
I had Ovechkin and some guy Trouba, and I
Has Ovechkin
swatched
even
him out
scored a
for
goal or-
Carlson
Yeah.
and I don't know, some other donkey. Who knows?
Has Ovechkin scored yet?
I don't think he had.
Who's this Ryan Oss?
Hockey player.
Yeah, he's doing good.
Plays for one of the teams.
Yeah, so
Pretty
we'll come
actually
back.
scored.
We'll talk about more
Never
about
mind. That was well.
Alex Ovechkin.
Egg on my face.
Thanks to Tommy G, 1979, a.k.a.
Fan
the
favorite.
Wolf of DFS.
Winner of the fan.
This hockey DFS legend.
God, for the next hour and a half, I'm the best hockey player in the country.
So best of luck, Tommy,
Thank
to
you, sir.
Make sure you're tuning in more to DraftKings TV. Here at the DraftKings World Championship, someone, maybe even Tommy G, will be taking home
Probably not.
$100,000 tonight.
Belief.
So we're going to take a break for
Belief.
2 minutes, and we'll be right back. What's up, guys? Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here. Day 2 here at the Front Row Room, also known as the Dream Room. We have 20-something TVs. We have darts, Pop-A-Shot, basketball.
The watch room is absolutely fantastic. The fact that there's this many TVs and you can sit in one place with all the qualifiers from these tournaments and sweat all these games that we're just watching because we're fans of sports. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic.
All these upsets going on, including myself upsetting Dr. J in a game, of course.
Let me tell you, first of all, it's happy to be here in Vegas. It's like a second home to me. I really love Las Vegas. So to be invited out by the 76ers and DraftKings is really a pleasure. And hanging out here this afternoon, watching the games and seeing people, kind of laid back. I guess they had long nights or something because they kind of laid back and playing a very competitive horse game. Horse is all about shooting and creativity, and I think the two finalists were both excellent shooters.
Tonight, DraftKings has rented out the Bank nightclub at the Bellagio, talking about food, drinks. These contestants are getting just an experience of a lifetime, and it's only going to get better. Some So make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV as we have more live coverage.
Hey, I'm John Aguiar here with DraftKings at Valley High Golf Course. It's excursion day here, the Fantasy World Championships. We've got some of our basketball and hockey players enjoying a beautiful day out on the course.
It's a perfect day, 82 degrees. Beats the snow that we've been getting in the Northeast.
We've also got some really awesome stuff going on today elsewhere around the city. We've got guys racing Lamborghinis.
Some people chose the spa, some people went golfing, but you know what? For me, there was no way to do excursion day without getting down here to the racetrack and driving around in some Lamborghinis and Ferraris.
Just did the car racing here. You might see I'm still shaking. It was pretty crazy. You got a driver beside you who's saying go faster, don't brake, but you want to brake, and it's pretty intense.
Also got guys playing zombie paintball.
I will die for you!
What a great way to start off the weekend.
And we are back here at the DraftKings Hockey Championship. Just got done interviewing Tommy G. We're going to be interviewing Ryan Oss next. But you know what was really cool?
Me?
I took a bathroom break.
Okay.
That's
for letting. I mean,
that's not what was really cool.
You know, inquiring minds want to know what happens during the breaks.
It was really cool, but they've got massage chairs out there.
I noticed that, and people are getting this one.
What,
getting right in there.
What better way to stay loose than a masseuse?
There isn't one.
You got to give me some rhyming points.
Oh, so we're going to keep a rhyming
way,
tally?
Yes.
To stay loose than okay.
What better way to stay loose than with a DFS masseuse?
You got 1 point for rhyming.
Okay, thank you. All right, so
you have perfect timing.
You know who needs the massage chair though? Are people that had that late scratch injury, or not that late scratch injury, but the upper body injury.
That's unfortunate, and that was one of the things I was hoping wouldn't happen. Now, granted, if I was in the tournament and I was not on that player, I would love that happened. But from the standpoint of, it's hard to get into these qualifiers. It's extremely difficult. You get in, you get here, and then to have that happen, it's just like I could stomach losing if I had a full team. They didn't perform. But when one guy doesn't even hit the ice, that's got to be a little bit of a dagger. So for everyone that got nailed by that situation, I'm sorry. But you know what? Anything can happen. Maybe you've got a 4% guy that's going to go nuts, and you're the only one that owes them, and you can still win. I wouldn't say they're out of it, but that hurts.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's happened to anybody that's played DFS for a long time, is having a guy get hurt. But obviously in a championship event, 32% own Mikulek from the Senators, 4.8K. In the last game, he had 9.5 fantasy points. So it's definitely a blow to people that had him. So, yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate because you don't want to see that. He only had one shot on goal before getting taken out. So it wasn't like he had accumulated any sort of points. So basically people were sitting with a 0.
That's the worst. And I've had that happen so many times. I was on MCW from Milwaukee the night that he just didn't come out. He was in the lineups all day long, and the rest of my team was great. But the minute you see that, it's just turn the TV off, go to bed.
Yeah, it's not even that. It's that the fact that it was a late swap available on DK, but they didn't even announce it until
that
after
happens.
lineup.
But did you notice though that after that happened, it seemed like the very next day the NBA, the Twitters, and all the things just started giving out lineup information incredibly early.
Well, it would definitely be in their best interest to do so. So yeah, like I said, we're going to be bringing on Ryan Oss. He is he's in first right now with 22.5. So we're going to take a 1-minute break, and we'll be back with him. Stay tuned, DraftKings TV, where you can have all your DraftKings TV dreams realized.
You left me hanging. I was getting ready to do like a cool, like one of these.
You should have.
But I thought you were done, and then, well, we'll work it out. See you in a sec, guys.
All right, so yeah. What's up, guys? This is Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here outside of the world-class Aria Resort, and this is championship week. 2 live finals, never been done before. Saturday night, we have the hockey championship. Sunday night, we got the NBA championship where one person's going to be taking home $1 million. Today was a rival day. We had a welcome reception, so people got to check out their rooms. Players are really getting comfortable. DraftKings does not do anything second class. Everything's first class. Tomorrow we start the excursions and the fun. You want to make sure you're tuning into DraftKings TV, at DraftKings TV on Twitter, youtube.com/DraftKings TV for more coverage throughout the week.
Back, we were having a little conversation.
Yes, we're live now.
Excuse me.
We're with Ryan Oss. Ryan is your actual name, Ryan Sorensen, right?
Yeah, Ryan Sorensen, yeah.
And you're from Canada.
That's right, yeah.
And we're just discussing off/on air about what part of Canada you're from.
Yeah, it's a suburb of Edmonton.
Okay.
Whoa, wait, we got action.
All right, it looks like we had a goal.
Another Ottawa goal. Is he one of yours?
Nope. If you want to interview the leader, I might have to leave.
No.
No,
well,
yeah, so it's a suburb of Edmonton.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how long have you been playing on DraftKings?
Since like December, probably.
Okay. Hockey only?
Actually, I started with football, and once football ended, I started playing hockey. I played college basketball a bit, and then dabble in a few other ones.
Okay.
MMA,
yeah. There's MMA, soccer, a lot of those events.
Yeah.
Do you think the Canadians stand a better chance than the Americans here today?
I
mean, hockey is obviously huge.
I think so, right? I think so. I think someone who has like a good basis, a good knowledge, and understands the stats in the game has a good chance. I mean, everyone here has a good chance, I would say.
Right.
I mean,
but you're pulling for your country.
Oh yeah, I would like to win personally, but
in comparison to the other Canadians, you want to be number one Canadian.
I would put myself wanting to finish ahead of every one of them by at least one. But if another Canadian wins, that would be good too. Yeah.
Very
Canadian
nice.
pride.
Have you describe your experience so far, getting to know other people? There's 25 spots in this, but you've also got the NBA people here as well. How has your experience been as you've been here?
Is this your first time in Vegas?
I've been to Vegas a number of times. This is my first time in a number of years, and the first time at Aria. But it's been really good, actually, getting to know a lot of the other guys from NBA and from NHL. The NHL guys, it's been really great to kind of pick the brains of some of the guys who are doing really well, who are consistently in the top of the higher level contests.
Right.
I'd like to be there. So it's great to see where they're coming from in terms of lineup construction, and it's awesome.
Would you consider yourself a casual player or more of a competitive kind of?
I would say casual right now. I would like to be more competitive.
Like to get into the
right, yeah. Certainly winning would help, but I mean, I obviously took a shot to get here. So, I mean, casual, but I mean,
nothing ventured, nothing gained. If you could put together a nice little bankroll, you'll get in it.
Oh yeah, for sure, yeah.
All right, so let's talk about your lineup.
Okay.
It's obviously doing pretty well right now, and you're still in first place.
Okay, that's nice.
Yeah, that didn't wipe you out.
Not yet. No.
And you did not have the player that was scratched, Mikulik.
Which is huge.
And he's 32% owned. So that obviously helps you as well. But describe how you put together your lineup tonight.
It was a lot of fretting.
Okay.
I did a lot of fretting.
Little tinkering?
When did you start the process?
Technically, this is the most I put into any lineup I've ever done.
Right.
It was probably a month ago.
Okay, so you looked ahead to see what once you got the knowledge you were in it.
Oh yeah,
you went and started looking at the slate.
Okay, I'm in it. I'm not here. I want to win.
Right.
Everyone wants to win.
Right.
So a month ago, I looked at the schedule, who's playing whom, back-to-backs, kind of looked at potential starters for the night, and it kind of got my mind going on what's going on that night.
Okay.
And as it kind of gets closer, different storylines play out in terms of what's happening. I didn't put this lineup until probably this morning. I talked to a lot of the guys about, because we've been kind of talking like who you're going to be on, what's happening.
Now, did you find that you were tight-lipped when having those conversations, or kind of, because you can only be so open, these are your competitors?
Well, actually, I don't think I had any reason to be tight-lipped because I feel like being a casual player, perhaps my opinion is not as regarded as others, and so as you can, I have 4 unique players, so I'm a little bit off the board.
You are a contrarian.
I usually seem to be that way. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at 4%.
So you said you had the lineup this morning.
Yep.
No news took you off that lineup. Did you?
You know what?
You didn't want to tinker too much with your lineup.
Did you land on it relatively? Like you had the players you were going to put in, and then these other players just fit, or was there a little bit of that?
There was a lot of, like I said, a lot of fretting. So I start with the goalie generally, and build out from there, as I think it's a pretty common strategy. But I was on Rask. I was on Rask for quite a while, but I didn't like his pricing. I thought he was a bit high. I was on Price for a while, looking at the matchups. Devils on the back-to-back, not shooting much. For the price, I like Talak, and so did a lot of other guys.
And it's working out right now.
Yeah, the big question for me was the utility spot. I'm on Eakin.
Who do you usually like to put in that spot? Like, if you can.
I like to put, because of late swap, I like to put whoever I have playing last who's worth the most. And then that way there's more utility if there's a need to switch off.
Gotcha. So you can pull them out, put somebody else in.
Yeah, right. I have a few more.
That's smart.
I can go to a D if I have a winger in the spot. It just gives me some more options.
Yeah, definitely. Leaving the utility open for the last game that you have is always a smart move. Really, whatever sport, because of the ability to late swap. I think it's a really common mistake that you see in NBA is people using their utility and
on an early game on a 7:00 game.
Yeah. So then when news breaks, you're basically just limited to what moves that you can make, just like definitely. In hockey. So, have you looked at other people's lineups?
I have. Yeah, I often do that.
What is something that has surprised you?
Surprising. I'm surprised. Well, maybe not right now, but I was initially surprised at 40% on Halak. He's a bit risky in my opinion, but so I thought he would be a bit lower.
But sometimes the salaries just push you in a way that you don't really have a choice.
Yeah, definitely. Ovechkin, only 4 guys picked him. That's a bit of a
that seems like that was the right decision, though, because I don't think he's doing anything right now.
No, not yet, but, he can always break out. I think he had 9 shots against the Sabres, no goals. I mean, so, Sabres.
Next thing you know, ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
Ring the bell.
But, that was a bit surprising. And actually, beat by Majip running 6 Ottawa guys is a bit of a... That's a bit crazy.
Yeah, he also ran Hammond, who we thought might be a popular option other than Rene, and he's allowed 3 goals.
Yeah.
And that hurts.
As much as I want to cheer for the other guys, a part of me is going, go Leafs.
Yeah, good. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly natural to cheer for yourself and cheer for situations that put yourself in that spot. As long as you're not being like flamboyant about like cheering for other people's failure, it's fine.
Yeah.
You got to keep that reserved inside. Yeah. Smile on the outside, but inside you're like,
awesome. Like, I should have taken Komarov.
Right. So right now you're like in the most painful spot.
Yeah,
first, and you're like waiting.
Right.
And
so let it end now.
Yeah, actually, I just did a Facebook post. Can this be over?
Yeah.
Can we just 0 PMR, everyone? Let's just end it now.
Now, who is your favorite NHL team? Like with your heart instead of for fantasy purposes.
I'm from Edmonton. I cheer for the Oilers. Yeah, so I know what it's like to struggle through. No.
Yeah.
So I like the Oilers. I do. That being said, there are a few players I like. I like Pekka Rinne. I've cheered for that guy for a long time. And
Who's that?
Pekka Rinne.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know, I'm from Nashville.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah.
Nashville guy.
Yeah, you're a Nashville guy.
He's likable.
He is. Yeah.
But yeah, it's been fun to see how people have kind of like have bad teams that they cheer for normally. DFS gives them something else to cheer for.
Yeah, it
That's
widens
right.
out everything because you can't just go with your heart every night. You can't. I can't be playing the Pittsburgh Penguins every single night.
Right, and I'm a Cubs fan, and so now they're going to be good. But in the past, like it just gives you something. Titans for football, Vandy for college basketball and college football. So it definitely gives you another way to cheer for the sports that you really love. In this case, hockey. So definitely appreciate you coming on. Any part like. Do you want to call your shot right now? Do you think you'll be top 5? Do you?
Well, but coming here, I was thinking top 10. After I constructed my lineup, honestly, I thought I'm top 2 or I'm bottom 2. I don't really like
for it.
I don't really like my chances to finish in the middle.
Right.
A lot of minutes left. A lot of guys behind me with a lot of extra minutes. So I'm in a precarious position right now. We could finish. I could finish first, and where I'm at right now, that's great. I never imagined that I would be there, right? So there's a lot of great players here, and that being said, I can see them coming up.
Anything can happen, and I wish you luck. I mean, being in that front runner position, it's like you were saying, you're there, and then it's just. Your players don't have to do any more things technically. The other ones just need to not do stuff.
That's right.
So you're in that power position.
Well, the same
obviously
thing,
it's not gonna happen.
And the same thing happened for you to get here. You had to be first in
That's
that
right.
qualifier. So you've experienced this before. But Ryan, you have been a pleasure to talk with. And who knows? We might be even speaking with you later on tonight.
I think we're going to see him again.
Seeing you hold a big check later on tonight. Best of luck, though, to you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming on the show.
Thank you very much.
Nice meeting you, buddy.
Awesome.
I'm close, so I'm the handshaker.
Yeah, I can still
always
shake
close to the
hands.
guest. I'm not saying you can't.
I'm from the South. We actually hug. So awesome. Well, that is Ryan Oss. What does Oss stand for, by the way, before we...
It's a variation on my initials.
Okay.
Yeah, I have 2 middle names.
Okay.
So Scott Orm, it would actually be Ryan Sauce, but Ryan Oss is
Ryan Oss. Okay.
It's a little more catchy.
It's funny, it's fun to know like how people's names came about. So Ryan Oss from Edmonton, appreciate you coming on the show. Well, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back.
Thank you.
What's up, guys? Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here. Day 2 here at the Front Row Room, also known as the Dream Room. We have 20-something TVs. We have darts, Pop-A-Shot, basketball.
The watch room is absolutely fantastic. The fact that there's this many TVs and you can sit in one place with all the qualifiers from these tournaments and sweat all these games that we're just watching because we're fans of sports. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic.
All these upsets going on, including myself upsetting Dr. J in a game of horse.
Let me tell you, first of all, it's happy to be here in Vegas. It's like a second home to me. I really love Las Vegas. So to be invited out by the 76ers and DraftKings is really a pleasure. And hanging out here this afternoon, watching the games and seeing people, kind of laid back. I guess they had long nights or something because they're kind of laid back and playing a very competitive horse game. Horse is all about shooting and creativity, and I think the 2 finalists were both excellent shooters.
Tonight, DraftKings has rented out the Bank nightclub at the Bellagio, talking about food, drinks. These contestants are getting just an experience of a lifetime, and it's only going to get better. So make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV as we have more live coverage.
Hey, I'm John Aguiar here with DraftKings at Valley High Golf Course. It's excursion day here, the Fantasy World Championships. We've got some of our basketball and hockey players enjoying a beautiful day out on the course.
It's a perfect day, 82 degrees. Beats the snow that we've been getting in the Northeast.
We've also got some really awesome stuff going on today elsewhere around the city. We've got guys racing Lamborghinis.
Some people chose the spa, some people went golfing, but you know what? For me, there was no way to do excursion day without getting down here to the racetrack and driving around in some Lamborghinis and Ferraris.
Just did the car racing here. You might see I'm still shaking. It was pretty crazy. You got a driver beside you who's saying go faster, don't brake, but you want to brake, and it's pretty intense.
We've also got guys playing zombie paintball.
I will die for you!
But a great way to start off the weekend.
What's up, guys? This is Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here outside of the world-class Aria Resort, and this is championship week. 2 live finals, never been done before. Saturday night, we have the hockey championship. Sunday night, we got the NBA championship where one person's going to be taking home $1 million. Today was a rival day. We had a welcome reception, so people got to check out their rooms. Players are really getting comfortable. DraftKings does not do anything second class. Everything's first class. Tomorrow we start the excursions and the fun. You want to make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV, at DraftKings TV on Twitter, youtube.com/DraftKings TV for more coverage throughout the week. What's up, everybody? We are back. Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here, joined by
Christopher Colosi. I'm sorry. I wanted to put this down because we have a guest. I want to make sure he was be able to be seen.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not just any guest.
Not just any guest.
I would say the guest.
The guest.
Really?
Jay,
wow,
I'm not even joking.
Jay Beep, I'm a Jeep.
You're like my favorite Canadian ever.
Oh, well, thank you.
And
thank
I
you.
do not say that lightly because my whole family's from Canada.
I won't tell any of the other Canadians that. I appreciate that, Dave. Thank you.
You were the first Canadian here on site that I met. I met you at the party at the Bellagio at the bank.
That's right. Yeah, the bank was a lot of fun. They had it opened up. I guess everyone can see the videos about it, but that was such a fun. We had a dance off too.
We did have a dance. He moonwalked.
Yeah, I did.
I know. I missed the dance off because
took his shoes off.
I was
to moonwalk.
I was too busy getting food poisoning.
Incredible. Yeah, I feel bad. Sorry about that.
But I would have been.
You got food poisoning?
Yeah.
Oh.
Not from there, from earlier.
Yeah.
So I would have been all up in that dance off though. You know me.
Oh
you know
man.
Me.
Yeah, you probably would have killed it. So I'm probably glad that
we would have had a huge celly.
Oh man. How long were you out for food poisoning? I know this is an interview, but I mean,
right? No. You ask the questions. I'll answer.
He's so nice. He wants to know everything. Like the one thing I got from Jay from meeting him is you're just a very warm spirit. You got this light about you.
Oh, well, thank you.
It's true. I mean, I'm not. It's that might sound a little off.
Well,
but
food poisoning sucks so much. Like I've had food poisoning before, and especially when you're on like a trip, like when you're like you're trying to have fun, you want to you got to do things, and food poisoning is like the worst.
Next thing you know,
definitely. Luckily, like we're here for so many days that I can still enjoy myself, and I still got to play like horse with Dr. J on the first day.
Killed it,
so
yeah.
it was like a couple of days in between where I just took a little bit of a break.
Sure. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So Jay Beep, I'm a Jeep.
Beep, I'm a Jeep.
You used to be. I don't know if we can say this, but you used to be Dirty Girl.
That's right, yeah.
And when he gave me his original handle, because once again, you don't know the face with the screen name, and I lost a couple games to you, and secretly didn't like you too much until I met you, and then I was like, okay, he's wonderful, but damn, is he good at fantasy stuff?
But
yeah, that's
that was the first thing I said to you. I go, oh, you're a dirty girl.
I think that's pretty normal. I think when you lose to someone, you associate them as just like a computer or like someone behind the screen. But one thing that's so nice about these events is you get to humanize with all these screen names that I met Max Dallery last night. He's someone who I've looked up to forever, and being able to meet him and be like, wow, this dude's like not only super smart, but like he's a little reserved, but he's still very, very nice, and he has so much money. You'd think a huge ego would come with that, well, especially over the last month, but with crushing basketball. But yeah, he was just very, very normal, and it's really nice seeing that.
It's refreshing.
Humanizing aspect. So I can appreciate that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And you're, like you say, you're a nice guy.
Don't tell the girls that.
Well, no.
Why don't you want the girls to know you're nice?
Because they all like the
they all like
boys.
the bad boys.
Bad boys.
Yeah.
Right. So I've got a bit of an impression to hold up. So.
Just turn the hat around and act aloof.
Yeah.
Aloof. That
just wear crazy T-shirts.
Whatever.
That's right.
Like a Tiger shirt when you won second place.
Is this the shirt? Is this the shirt? The elaborate shirt guy?
Yeah.
So not only are you a humanitarian and a great dancer, you're also the shirt guy. We were talking about you before that you wear these like interesting shirts. I just didn't know they were talking about you.
Yeah, I wore like a dog today. I was actually gonna wear like a nice shirt, but then I like looked in the mirror. I was like, this doesn't feel like me. And Dan was like, oh, just wear an animal shirt. And I was like, okay, yeah. So I just threw on a dog.
It's kind of your thing now is animal shirts.
Yeah, I got so many of them, and I love them so much. They add kind of a different spice to how you feel and how you look, because you're like, not that I'm even concerned about it. I used to just wear all plain shirts, but I just really like the animal shirts. So and most of my shirts are made by the Mountain, so I don't know if I could promote that or if you want to sponsor me and give me some more shirts, but I really like these Mountain animal shirts.
He's smart.
Yeah,
he's dancer, smart, and he's getting his plug-in.
Do you have any animals?
I have a cat. Her name's Sapphire, which I didn't name her, but she is a gem. That's what I like to say. And yes, she's 12 years old. When I do my lineups at home, often she'll just sit on my lap, and I'll just like do my lineups with the other hand. And,
Has she ever like accidentally like clicked a button and put someone in, and you went, all right?
No, she doesn't contribute, but that's not a bad idea.
She is the Mr. Bigglesworth to your Dr. Evil.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. She's like almost like the Inspector Gadget cat to the Inspector Cat villain, I guess.
Yeah.
We'll go with Dr. Evil.
I think I picture you with this. You can just see your arm in the chair, like an Inspector Gadget.
Yeah.
That's all you see. That's how I pictured you when I was loathing you for beating me all the time.
Jay, you are obviously from Canada. Have you always been a hockey fan?
Yeah, I actually, well, no, that's not true. My one friend Dan's here with me, and Dan played hockey growing up, and whenever I'd hang out at Dan's house, he'd always put on the game, and I'd always go on MSN Messenger or something and, not watch the games, but probably about 5 years ago, my friends invited me to Fantasy Sports League, and more than 5 years ago, 7 years ago, played fantasy hockey, really liked it, and that was one of the first sports I played, but the volume was so small back then that, it's nothing like it is today.
Yeah, it's definitely, hockey even from last year in DFS has picked up tremendously this year compared to last year. Do you play tournaments? Do you play cash games?
For hockey, I only started about a month ago, like professionally, I guess. I've been playing mostly tournaments, so I'd expect I'm an above average player in this field just because I followed hockey for so long. It's similar, but it's still very, very different. There's still a lot of really talented players in this. Slewfoot U, a lot of talented competition. So,
all right, you stacked Ottawa. Tell us about that decision.
So far, look like
that seemed like what everyone was going to do, right? Or what do you think?
Part of it.
The only thing that's killing you is Andrew Hammond. I mean, I'm looking at this other. I mean, they're scoring. You're getting shots on goal, and it's still not over. It's 13 minutes left.
Still not
you
over.
You get a tic-tac-toe, bing, bang, boom.
That's right. And honestly, it's nice that the game's being kept close because sometimes the game will, they'll blow the other team out, and they'll put on their third liners and their fourth liners. I got all the first and second liners, so if Hammond is keeping it close, then that works for me because they're still gonna keep trying to win.
Right.
So.
Yeah, still a period left. You did have a guy that was not scratched, but was out. Milan Mikulek with he went out in the first with upper body injury.
Oh, I didn't know that. That sucks.
And I'm the bearer of bad news.
He's
30.
Sucks,
he was
32%
owned. So you weren't the only person on him. A lot of people.
Did he get any points before he went out?
He got 0.5.
0.5.
He got a shot on goal.
One shot on goal, and then he went to the locker room.
That explains why Hoffman probably hopped in. Oh no, maybe not. My friend Ryan, who I think you guys interviewed earlier.
Yeah,
he was
good for him. Good luck for him.
Yeah, he's a fellow Canadian.
And Jay Willie, you know what? I should have swapped action with all these guys. I hung out with them the one night, and they were like sweet dudes. And if I would have swapped action with them, that would have been smart. But I hope they win because they're all. Jay Willie's super smart.
Are these all? I know he's a Canadian. You're a Canadian. Is Jay Willie also a fellow Canadian?
Jay Willie is also a fellow Canadian. Yeah.
So see, the Canadians are killing it right now.
Canadians are killing it.
Canadians are killing it.
Killing
apparently,
it right now.
but
it's your sport.
A lot of them in here.
Dandy Don, currently representing the United States.
Yeah, he's a boss.
He's another one that's taking you to the cleaners many times.
So he's also a pretty good MLB player, which you are as well. How excited are you for MLB to start?
Yeah, well, even more excited now that I saw the contest you guys are offering. It's going to be the biggest season of fantasy sports probably to date. I think you guys are giving away over 300 million. Not giving away, but there's over 300 million of tournaments.
You've got to earn it.
It's up for the taking.
You've got to risk something to win it.
But it's there.
But it's just amazing how much the industry is growing. I've been working harder recently than I probably worked ever in my life, so I'm really planning on gunning for Dandy Don and all those guys. But Dandy Don's a king right now, so you can't.
He's really good.
You can't. I don't even think he plays hockey, and he's in second right now or something. So
some people just have a beat on that kind of thing.
Out.
They understand sports in general. They can almost touch anything, MMA or whatever. They get in that
That's
zone.
Right. Yeah, he's amazing.
Quick study.
Yeah, he's amazing. So definitely can't underestimate opponents, I guess. So.
All right, before we take a break, your experience so far. Like, this is a pretty awesome setup, even though you're not really, we talked earlier, you're not really a college basketball fan, but you can still appreciate this being an amazing setup with all the TVs and the events and stuff. How is it compared? Because you were in Atlantis as well. How is the two compared kind of with Vegas and every man's dream to the Bahamas and just being the Bahamas?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was actually thinking about that. I was like, are you guys going to start doing Vegas stuff more? Are you going to start doing Bahamas? Like, is it... they're both very different. Bahamas is, it's more relaxing and you get the extreme heat. But here you've got the entertainments and the lights, and I would say if I had to compare them, I mean, it is kind of like comparing ice cream and cake. They're both different, but they're both
delicious.
Amazing. They're both delicious. Yeah.
Which would be the ice cream?
Yeah, this one would definitely be probably the best flavor of ice cream, which is, as everyone knows, is chocolate,
cookies
maple,
and cream.
Oh, cookies and cream. Yeah,
you were gonna say.
It actually is cookies and cream. So
I like coffee ice cream myself.
What?
I like coffee ice cream, but like the old Breyers before they changed it. I can't like coffee ice cream.
Get out.
I like coffee ice cream. How does that? What's wrong? Everyone that likes coffee ice cream, tweet at me that you like coffee ice cream. Put him to shame. It's delicious.
Yes. All one of you.
It's delicious. My mother will...
Okay, well, yeah, we don't want to insult your mother.
Get in here, Mom.
I'm sure she made some great...
Defend your son, your little boy.
Yes,
Defend your little boy.
What ice cream am I going to pick? I will have the coffee one.
I like coffee ice cream.
I don't think you're
I will have the old man
like
ice cream, please.
Yes.
Is that an old man ice cream? I don't know.
It has to be.
I enjoy it.
Do you like butterscotch candies as well?
Werther's Original?
Yeah.
Delicious.
I'll tell you, no kid's favorite ice cream is coffee ice cream.
It was growing up.
Yeah,
Well, you know what? But I was born late. My mother's 71 now. So, I'm 32. So I guess I do have the ice cream flavoring taste of a 70-year-old woman. I'm just realizing that now. But it's delicious. I can't get enough of it. And now I know why.
Awesome.
I also don't like the beach because it's hot and you get sands everywhere.
Oh, gosh.
I don't like it.
All right, we'll be back with more shuffleboard talk after the break. Appreciate Jay.
I've never played shuffleboard.
Appreciate Jay. Beep, I'm a Jeep joining us. One of my favorite players ever. Again, if you haven't heard the term Selly, it's from this guy. And it means celebration. And hopefully, Jay, you'll have a big Selly tonight again.
I hope we all have a big Selly, and me particularly, but I hope we all have a big Selly tonight. Great event, and thank you for taking the time to interview me.
Wonderful meeting you, man. Honestly, you're just you make me just feel good about life.
Jay, you the man, sir.
You too.
I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you. We'll be back right after this break. What's up, guys? This is Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here outside of the world-class Aria Resort, and this is championship week. 2 live finals, never been done before. Saturday night, we have the hockey championship. Sunday night, we got the NBA championship where one person's going to be taking home $1 million. Today was arrival day. We had a welcome reception. So people got to check out their rooms. Players are really getting comfortable. DraftKings does not do anything second class. Everything's first class. Tomorrow we start the excursions and the fun. You want to make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV at DraftKings TV on Twitter, youtube.com/DraftKings TV for more coverage throughout the week. What's up, guys? Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here. Day 2 here at the Front Row Room, also known as the Dream Room. We have 20-something TVs. We have darts, Pop-A-Shot, basketball.
The watch room is absolutely fantastic. The fact that there's this many TVs and you can sit in one place with all the qualifiers from these tournaments and sweat all these games that we're just watching because we're fans of sports. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic.
All these upsets going on, including myself upsetting Dr. J in a game of horse.
Let me tell you, first of all, it's happy to be here in Vegas. it's like a second home to me. I really love Las Vegas. So to be invited out by the 76ers and DraftKings is really a pleasure. And hanging out here this afternoon, watching the games and seeing people, kind of laid back. I guess they had long nights or something because they kind of laid back and playing a very competitive horse game. Horse is all about shooting and creativity, and I think the two finalists were both excellent shooters.
Tonight, DraftKings has rented out the Bank nightclub at the Bellagio, talking about food, drinks. These contestants are getting just an experience of a lifetime, and it's only going to get better. So make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV as we have more live coverage.
Hey, I'm John Aguiar here with DraftKings at Valley High Golf Course. It's excursion day here, the Fantasy World Championships. We've got some of our basketball and hockey players enjoying a beautiful day out on the course.
It's a perfect day, 82 degrees, beats the snow that we've been getting in the Northeast.
We've also got some really awesome stuff going on today around the city. We've got guys racing Lamborghinis.
Some people chose the spa, some people went golfing, but you know what? For me, there was no way to do excursion day without getting down here to the racetrack and driving around in some Lamborghinis and Ferraris.
Just did the car racing here. You might see I'm still shaking. It was pretty crazy. You got a driver beside you who's saying go faster, don't brake, but you want to brake, and it's pretty intense.
Also got guys playing zombie paintball.
I will die for you!
What a great way to start off the weekend.
And we are back. Welcome back to the DraftKings World Championship. Day 4? Day 4? 5?
Day 3. I think it's day 3, Dave.
It's like day 7 for me.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's like day 4 if you include like the first day.
That's true. That's true. Good point. Good point.
All right. So I'm here with two people that need no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyways. Dan Malone and Tori Pereira.
Hey, everyone.
They are the host and hostess with the mostest. They are the event planners. Dan does stuff with content as well, but both of you have done just an amazing job with this. Tell me, was it a lot of work?
That's a good one for Tori.
Was it a lot of work?
Yes. Compared to the Bahamas.
Compared to the Bahamas, I would say they were equal in the amount of work, actually. I love the AV setup that we have going on back here.
Audio, video.
Which is something that we didn't have in the Bahamas. Well, we did an Aura, but it wasn't, I guess, as vast.
Yeah, so it was a lot more on us to put together this time around than it was an Aura down in the Bahamas. So definitely a lot of work. Tori, I'm going to say this a lot. Tori crushed it.
She crushed it. She
Yeah.
did. She
Yeah.
really crushed it. All right, so take me back to like when you guys were first discussing a live NBA championship. Did it kind of just like come together like we want to have it on this weekend and it just so happened to be opening weekend for March Madness? Or did you like kind of plan this to be like the ultimate sports fan's dream of coming out to Vegas for March Madness? Because it was on my bucket list to do.
Yeah, we actually started with that question of, is it good or bad to do this with March Madness? Is it a distraction, and would it take away from the event, or would it add? And we netted out, obviously, that it would add to it, that this would be the perfect time to be in Vegas. And so here we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of the players that I've spoken with, they said that they just couldn't believe that we threw it this week in particular, and that they were so happy to be here in Vegas. I mean, even you go by the sport book and the lines are like all the way out the door. So this is just a great weekend to be here. Well, maybe not to go to the sport book and put in your bets, but I think everybody's really likes being here. So.
That's the great thing. The sportsbook is pretty packed. It's like Disney World in there. As like
Yeah.
I'll tweet out a picture of the line, like, and if you go in there, like everybody's kind of going nuts. Kind of similar to in here, but in here you have tons of space.
Yeah.
Not only tons of space, you got tons of activities to do. Like the first opening day, I come in, and there's basketball hoop, there's pop-a-shot, there's darts, there's bubble hockey,
Sumo suits.
Yep. So there's a lot. Who is in charge of picking the activities?
I feel like it was a group effort. We really did talk about it a lot. So I think it was John and Ethan at the last moment who said that we had to have like the sumo set up.
That would be a John and Ethan thing.
Yeah, and they actually never went at it, did they? On the sumo suit.
No,
so
they didn't.
I think we need a sequel probably.
Yes.
Where we have John and Ethan go at it.
We have to
with
bring
sumo
back.
suits.
We asked this. We asked people to tweet in about like what they would have in addition to what we had. What do you think would be a good addition? Like I was thinking maybe someone said a pool, ping pong, video games. I feel like you guys had all the basis, but if we're one-upping this next year, what could we have like that would be even better?
So, just off the top of my head, Mario Kart is always cool.
Mario Kart, okay.
Mario Kart.
All right, Dan wins.
Yep.
That would be awesome.
I play that with my daughters. They are now better than me, and they're 7 and 5, and they're already better than me at Mario Kart. But I would love to see all of us play Mario Kart. Dunk tank, maybe.
Oh no!
And we'd have to.
I agree with the dunk tank.
No, let's stick with Mario Kart. We're not having a dunk
I don't know,
tank.
Soccer Dave in the dunk tank?
I agree
know
with
for
that.
a fact I would be in there. I know also that people would be paying whatever they had to see me go underwater. Perverts. All right. So Tori, you have any ideas?
No, I like the dunk tank. That actually was on my list for the last event. Yeah, in the Bahamas. I really wanted to get a dunk tank.
No.
Yeah.
Let's not do that.
Yes.
Ping pong table for dunk tank. All right. So everybody's going nuts. Let's talk about the excursions.
Yeah.
How did Lamborghini racing and zombie paintball come about? Because those are like two kind of off the radar activities. Two awesome off the radar activities.
Yeah. So I think Lamborghini racing we just kind of talked about a lot about I think that's a really exotic type of excursion to hold. I'm trying to think of actually who pulled that.
Yeah, I mean, for zombies, I love zombies. So as soon as I heard that, it wasn't my idea, but as soon as I heard that,
So honestly,
I was in favor.
how some of these events just like happen and the excursions just pop up out of nowhere. We'll just sit around and talk in the office a little bit, and someone will bring up paintball, and then all of a sudden, I think Len was like, "Oh yeah, we should do zombie paintball," and I was like, "Oh, that's awesome. We should definitely do that." And then everyone else agreed, and we're like, "We're definitely having that excursion."
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's definitely a team effort.
It's a teamwork. Teamwork. All right.
And then Tori makes it happen.
Yes. Tori is the executioner, right?
Well, no,
it's still a team effort.
it's definitely a team
joking.
effort.
I'm joking.
Like, I might come over to the team and say, like, oh, this is a really good idea. Like, what do you guys think about this? Car racing. Would you rather go, Lamborghini racing, Ferrari racing? And then the team makes the decision. It's not just one person.
Yeah.
And then, I may execute all that, but we all work together really well.
Yeah.
All right, so Tori, this is your third event, right? Well, third live event, I guess.
Second live event, but we do hold quite a few mini events.
Okay. Yes. Talk about those. The mini events, the bucket list type, once in a lifetime activities. Those are pretty awesome. And stuff like even Dr. J playing horse would be a part of that. But like, obviously, it's a big thing with DFS to be able to like make people's dreams come true. So when you take a look at this stuff, I mean, is it difficult to plan these bucket list experiences for people?
No, I love it. Honestly, so in the last event that we had one person that qualified. He said that he came in on a $2 game, and he said he had never been anywhere. And I had, he came up to me with his whole family, and they thanked me. They said oh, we would have never done anything like this if it wasn't for DraftKings, and thank you so much. You planned a great event, and that made me feel so good just to hear that, to know that these people got to come down and experience an event like that. And even people here, there's one person that qualified on 25 cents.
Yeah.
So
we should get that. We should get that on DKTV, that story.
Yeah,
because even you saying it, I was about to cry.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that Ben, our producer, could do something like, I'm not going to lie, I used to watch Extreme Home Makeover Edition with my wife.
Right, used to.
And I cried. I did. I cried. So that would be a good story, Ben, to make people cry, is that story about someone not being able to go anywhere and then having this once-in-a-lifetime experience. It's like my wife sent out a Facebook post the other day, and it said, my husband got to play a game of horse with Dr. J, and I dug out 8 pieces of cat food out of our daughter's mouth. Seems fair, but I mean, that's kind of like, it is kind of amazing that DFS has provided this new avenue of dreams and experiences coming true.
Yeah.
And you have to feel good, being that person. I mean, you're kind of like Santa Claus.
Right.
I don't think
you are. You're Santa Claus.
You are. No, I agree. I think you are.
I think DraftKings is like Santa Claus.
DraftKings is like Santa Claus.
Okay, you're an elf.
Yeah.
I'm an elf.
It's
an important. No, you're a reindeer.
There you go.
Okay, yes.
You're
I'm
a
a reindeer.
There we go.
I agree with that.
We got our analogy. Chris Colosi, who's around here, he's king of analogies. He would appreciate that one. All right, guys. This hasn't been that bad, has it?
No, this is awesome.
That's all right.
You make it easy, Dave.
No, stop. So this set, this room, everything, the best experience. We had Jay Beep I'm a Jeep, who's one of the nicest guys ever.
Yep.
I said, what would you prefer, Atlantis or Vegas? And he said, you know what? It's kind of like ice cream and cake. They're both awesome, and you both want them, and they're both kind of different. Yep. But you want both of those. And he said, this is kind of what this is. So well done, guys, to this. And I know that people at home are jelly. Slang for jealous. And you guys have done a tremendous job. Any parting words that you would like to say to the people, DraftKings Nation, that are watching?
No, I think I love that through Twitter we're soliciting ideas, right? So keep the ideas coming. I think we want these experiences and these events to be amazing and part of people's bucket lists. So keep the ideas coming, guys.
Tori?
Hopefully I'll see you all at the next event.
Yes.
Awesome.
I'm sure you will. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with a scoreboard update. We've heard some exciting cheers behind us, so we'll see what that's all about. Thanks to Tori Pereira and Dan Malone from DraftKings for joining us. Stick around. We'll be back in a few.
Hey, I'm John Aguiar here with DraftKings at Valley High Golf Course. It's excursion day here, the Fantasy World Championships. We've got some of our basketball and hockey players enjoying a beautiful day out on the course.
It's a perfect day, 82 degrees. Beats the snow that we've been getting in the Northeast.
We've also got some really awesome stuff going on today elsewhere around the city. We've got guys racing Lamborghinis.
Some people chose the spa, some people went golfing, but you know what? For me, there was no way to do excursion day without getting down here to the racetrack and driving around in some Lamborghinis and Ferraris.
Just did the car racing here. You might see I'm still shaking. It was pretty crazy. You got a driver beside you who's saying go faster, don't brake, but you want to brake, and it's pretty intense.
Also got guys playing zombie paintball.
I will die for you!
But a great way to start off the weekend.
What's up, guys? This is Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here outside of the world-class Aria Resort, and this is championship week. 2 live finals, never been done before. Saturday night, we have the hockey championship. Sunday night, we got the NBA championship where one person's going to be taking home $1 million. Today was a rival day. We had a welcome reception, so people got to check out their rooms. Players are really getting comfortable. DraftKings does not do anything second class. Everything's first class. Tomorrow we start the excursions and the fun. You want to make sure you're tuning into DraftKings TV, at DraftKings TV on Twitter, youtube.com/DraftKings TV for more coverage throughout the week. What's up, guys? Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here. Day 2 here at the Front Row Room, also known as the Dream Room. We have 20-something TVs. We have darts, Pop-A-Shot, basketball.
The watch room is absolutely fantastic. The fact that there's this many TVs and you can sit in one place with all the qualifiers from these tournaments and sweat all these games that we're just watching because we're fans of sports. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic.
All these upsets going on, including myself upsetting Dr. J in a game of horse.
Let me tell you, first of all, it's happy to be here in Vegas. It's like a second home to me. I really love Las Vegas. So to be invited out by the 76ers and DraftKings is really a pleasure. And hanging out here this afternoon, watching the games and seeing people, kind of laid back. I guess they had long nights or something because they're kind of laid back and playing a very competitive horse game. Horse is all about shooting and creativity, and I think the 2 finalists were both excellent shooters.
Tonight, DraftKings has rented out the Bank nightclub at the Bellagio, talking about food, drinks. These contestants are getting just an experience of a lifetime, and it's only going to get better. So make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV as we have more live coverage.
the live final for the NHL Fantasy $200,000 pool. It's going to be amazing. I have been tasked with a very, very difficult job. Before I get to that, I want to go ahead and let you guys know that Jay Willie 83 just moved into first place on an Ottawa goal. So that being said, we will come back with more information on that in a second. Now, like I said, I've got a very, very ugly job. Someone's got to do it. I've been tasked with the responsibility of interviewing these 4 beautiful ladies who are working here in a DraftKings capacity. What exactly are you girls doing here? What exactly are your responsibilities at the event?
We're just here to make sure everybody has a really great time, see if anyone needs anything, and just encourage the people to have fun.
Okay. Now, your names are, you said your name is Anita?
Anita.
That's my mother's name.
Oh.
So that's,
sure she's a wonderful person.
She is a wonderful person. You're a wonderful person, Mom. And you are?
Brittany.
Brittany. And you are?
Michelle.
Michelle. And the one in the back said I can't ask any questions, but I don't think your name counts. That's Hannah. I can ask you that question. So are you guys having a good time at the event?
Yeah, definitely.
It's a lot of great energy here.
A lot of great
everybody seems to be very intense, but we're here to kind of break up the monotony, make it a lot more fun.
Now, are you avid sports fans?
I am.
Who's your favorite team? Any sport favorite team?
Okay, hold on. I'm a big football girl being from Oklahoma, so I have to go Boomer Sooner for my college team. Love my Sooners, born and bred. But I'm a Cowboys fan. I do like my Texas.
The America's team.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's so hard to be a Cowboys fan. There's a lot of haters out there, but I don't hate on any team, and I love my Cowboys, and I'm not a fair weather fan.
Well, you can't be because sometimes they don't do as well.
Let's not talk about that.
How about yourself?
I can't beat that much passion. I would say for basketball, definitely the Los Angeles Clippers.
Okay.
And for football, the San Francisco 49ers.
And what about yourself in the middle?
Also a 49ers fan, and for college basketball, definitely UNLV.
Now, where are you guys all from originally?
I'm local.
You're local of Nevada?
Yep, raised here.
Also raised here.
Everyone.
Obviously from Oklahoma.
Right,
so
you said that.
Boomer Sooner, right? And
it's been a long day.
I know, and there's still more to go. But this beautiful lady behind me is from Germany.
Yes, I am.
Hannah, get involved.
Hi.
You're a nice foreigner over here.
The people want to hear from you.
Yeah.
So what?
What they want.
We need our German here.
What is your opinion of the event as a whole? The setup, the people that you've met. What would you? How would you describe your experience thus far?
I think the event was designed really well. Everyone's having a great time. Just the decor and the whole ambiance of the event is really fun. I think everyone's really enjoying themselves.
Now, I had a hater online, Pete Vegas or something, that said he wanted to cut off, I believe he called it my rat tail mullet hair or something. I'm asking the ladies, are you feeling the pony knob or should I lose it?
It's definitely the start of a man bun, and man buns are really hot right now. I'm feeling it.
They're trendy. They are trendy.
So,
#, man bun.
Is that 3 yeses on the man bun?
I didn't say it was a yes. We just said it's trendy.
It's trending. So perhaps I don't. So we don't know then. You might be right. It might be a terrible look for me. It might just, I don't know.
No
what
comment.
about you, Hannah? Are you digging the knob?
I believe everyone should just be whoever they want to be and however they want to be. So yeah.
It's so politically correct.
What a sweetheart.
Yeah.
So, would you guys come back and host an event like this again?
Absolutely.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, what would you girls do if you were in a situation where you won $100,000? What's the first thing you'd buy?
Travel tickets.
To where?
I have my top 5, so definitely Ireland, Italy, South Africa, Thailand.
Look at you.
I already have plans.
You're
These are already going.
You're going worldwide.
I'm going worldwide. Yeah, definitely not the Americas.
$100,000.
I love my Americans.
I think that travel sounds really awesome as well. I'm big into volunteering. I think I would want to start a foundation somewhere, maybe in Africa, do something.
You're a good person, and your name's Anita.
Yes, I told you I'd be a wonderful person.
I want to travel the world. I want to help.
I like people too.
No, travel is amazing.
I think I would just help my family out a little bit and also donate money to an animal foundation.
Okay, Germany. What would you do?
Germany. Well, I would actually do very similar things, I have to say. Traveling sounds amazing, and also, charity organizations of homeless and animals, environmental. You can do a lot of things with that kind of money.
Okay, well, that's wonderful. I love all these answers. I have to let you guys go now because we got to take another break. But I was told that I got the honor of doing this because Dave said that they needed someone that didn't have the raw sexual magnetism as him, so that you girls would be nice and calm. So I got the job.
It must be the little man bun.
It's the man bun. I used to, it's trendy, but apparently not on me. So I've been clowned by these wonderful, beautiful ladies, but that's okay because I get to talk to them. So we will see you guys in a little bit. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll be back right after this.
Hey, I'm John Aguiar here with DraftKings at Valley High Golf Course. It's excursion day here, the Fantasy World Championships. We've got some of our basketball and hockey players enjoying a beautiful day out on the course.
It's a perfect day, 82 degrees. Beats the snow that we've been getting in the Northeast.
We've also got some really awesome stuff going on today elsewhere around the city. We've got guys racing Lamborghinis.
Some people chose the spa, some people went golfing, but you know what? For me, there was no way to do excursion day without getting down here to the racetrack and driving around in some Lamborghinis and Ferraris.
Just did the car racing here. You might see I'm still shaking. It was pretty crazy. You got a driver beside you who's saying go faster, don't brake, but you want to. It's pretty intense.
We've also got guys playing zombie paintball.
I will die for you!
What a great way to start off the weekend.
What's up, guys? Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here. Day 2 here at the Front Row Room, also known as the Dream Room. We have 20-something TVs. We have darts, Pop-A-Shot, basketball.
The watch room is absolutely fantastic. The fact that there's this many TVs and you can sit in one place with all the qualifiers from these tournaments and sweat all these games that we're just watching because we're fans of sports. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic.
All these upsets going on, including myself upsetting Dr. J in a game of horse.
Let me tell you, first of all, it's happy to be here in Vegas. It's like a second home to me. I really love Las Vegas. So to be invited out by the 76ers and DraftKings is really a pleasure. And hanging out here this afternoon, watching the games and seeing people, kind of laid back. I guess they had long nights or something because they're kind of laid back and playing a very competitive horse game. Horse is all about shooting and creativity, and I think the two finalists were both excellent shooters.
Tonight, DraftKings has rented out the Bank nightclub at the Bellagio, talking about food, drinks. These contestants are getting just an experience of a lifetime, and it's only going to get better. So make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV as we have more live coverage. What's up, guys? This is Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here outside of the world-class Aria Resort, and this is championship week. 2 live finals, never been done before. Saturday night, we have the hockey championship. Sunday night, we got the NBA championship where one person's going to be taking home $1 million. Today was arrival day. We had a welcome reception. So people got to check out the rooms. Players are really getting comfortable. DraftKings does not do anything second class. Everything's first class. Tomorrow we start the excursions and the fun. You want to make sure you're tuning into DraftKings TV at DraftKings TV on Twitter, youtube.com/DraftKings TV for more coverage throughout the week. And we're back. Well, I'm back. You were here.
I was here.
Wipe that grin off of your face, Christopher. Get out of here.
I got a little flustered because I was out doing my own thing. I excused myself for a second. There was another segment going on, and then when I came back, it was like, oh, you're going to interview these 4 chicks, and we don't really have any questions. Just go. And I went, okay. And you know what? They were pretty women. Usually I'm good around pretty women, but I've never had a microphone in my hand when walking down the street. Pretty women. But anyways, right. we got a guest. Let's jump into that.
Yes, we do have a guest, and not just any guest. A guest that is currently winning $100,000.
Oh, you're the leader right now.
Yes, I am.
Yes,
I am.
Okay. He is the leader, and we're talking. I just lost my spot.
Jay Willie
83.
James.
Jay Willie 83.
Jay Willie. Okay. Jay Willie 83. James from Canada. Beep, I'm a Jeep. I was talking about how he's rooting for
Canada's
you.
representing.
Yeah, Canada's definitely representing. You've got a little bit of a sweat going on right now. First of all, congratulations on being here.
Thank you. It was a once in a lifetime opportunity that I was hoping to build into something more, and hopefully it turns out for me.
Yeah, so we'll get to like the experience in a second, but first, you are in first place, and basically you and Ellisville had 2 players different. You're currently 0.5 points up, with Seabrook going up against his Mike Fisher from the Predators. Predators just started the 3rd period, so it's going to be interesting. You definitely have a little bit of a sweat. Describe like how you're feeling right now.
It's well, admittedly, once the second period of the previous slate went on, the 7:00 games, he had Markov and I had McCulloch as well, but McCulloch was hurt for the rest of the game. So I was feeling a little down about it. I didn't have a whole lot of confidence, but he didn't seem to. I don't think he got any points in the 3rd, thankfully. And right now the sweat is it's like nothing I've ever experienced before.
Yeah, I can imagine. So you're sweating this half a point. Describe just about like if you had to be you or him right now, who would you rather be in this
That's
instant?
a good question.
That's a tough one. Like I would say myself. Just Nashville's got the better matchup. Fisher's got the better matchup, but I mean half a point over the course of a final period. Yeah, it basically. I'm just hoping that Chicago is also playing from behind, so that works a bit to my advantage in that case. But yeah, right now it would be a toss-up. I would be happy with either, but at the same time I'd be nervous like no other with either, which I am.
I think it's really interesting though, because we were talking about the Canadians versus the Americans, and that it's we all love hockey, but it's Canada's sport more so than America. People love it here, but Canada, you guys are crazy about it. So just that extra amount of just inherent knowledge from always being inundated with that sport, and it's showing all over the place. Everyone we've talked to is a Canadian.
Well. Absolutely. I mean, with regards to myself, I never played hockey when I was a kid, and hockey was never my favorite sport as a kid. But being a Canadian, you just naturally have a lot of knowledge about hockey if you follow sports because it's on all the time. Like football is here in the off season, it's still hockey still leads the news, and beyond that. I just got into advanced stats about a year and a half ago. I got really into it, and I studied a lot about it. I felt like I was knowledgeable about hockey, even though I never played, and so I tried my hand at it, and so far it's worked
can't
out.
argue with it. It's showing.
Yeah,
you're in the lead right now. There are people that haven't gotten to that spot at all during this entire tournament, and here you are.
Yeah, and you started in January playing on DraftKings with the hockey stuff. You've always been a hockey fan, but how has daily fantasy affected being a hockey fan?
Well, it makes me follow the scores all the time. I'm always aware of who's playing well, who's out, who's what have you. And I know as far as like I always played fantasy sports with friends and what have you, but daily fantasy just amps it up that much more. Obviously, you're always keeping track. You're always wanting to know what's going on.
You don't want to miss a day.
Exactly.
Because sometimes just not seeing what a player does on a given day and seeing the kind of points he puts up can kind of remove you from the pattern, so to speak.
Yeah.
You want to know what someone did every single day and make sure you're there every day. So you're always checking up, you're always checking stats, you're always checking scores.
Yep.
So let's talk about how you qualified. You threw in some entries into the $12 qualifier, and you won a 1K qualifier entry, and then that hit.
Yeah, basically, like I've been trying for a while. I put a fair bit of money into the qualifies to the 1K, and then as it turned out, I had like a Thursday and Saturday slates that went really well for me. The Thursday one, I won a bunch, obviously, because my lines hit, and then that Saturday, I ended up winning the 1K. I had 8 lineups. Like I was just as nervous for that as I probably was for this, because this is beyond anything I've ever experienced before.
So hang on. So you're saying that he went from a $12, he went like a 2-step or $12 to $1,000 like
so
step,
he
and then
put
won
some
that.
entries into the $12 qualifier, and then
That
won
into the
1K,
1,000 and then won that.
and then won the 1K qualifier.
So basically it's $12 to possibly $100,000.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
But
That's incredible.
It will be. If it happens. I don't want to say it.
Yeah, we don't want to jinx anything yet. We want to have good sweatikit is what we called.
Yes.
DFS sweatikit. So we're not going to jinx anything. But talk about like when you qualified for the event, like coming out here. What has been your experience here at the Aria with the room and everything else?
It's been beyond anything I probably even imagined. Just the whole experience. Everyone at DraftKings has been phenomenal to deal with, super helpful, and I mean it's a the customer service has been second to none. And just to have an event like this and to be here in and of itself was a huge prize for me, a huge accomplishment, and so anything beyond that's gravy. And I mean, I hope I get a lot of gravy tonight. But
I'm still blown away by that. A 12 to that's a 2.
Yeah, I mean,
because you got to nail it twice.
Yeah.
And then if you take it down, that's the triple. It's like the tic-tac-toe in hockey.
Qualified with a quarter, basically. Yeah. They qualified with a quarter to start off with. So yeah, those qualifiers can definitely put you up with people who play 1Ks regularly. Kind of put you on the same playing field, and you hit it. As far as like the experience, did you bring any friends?
Actually, I had 3 friends that I grew up with, and they all live in Alberta. When I was younger, like I'm 26 now. Back when we were like 17, 18, we really got into poker, and there was a big group of us that would play poker a lot, and I loved it. I was probably more into it than most, but it never came to fruition for me, and we always wanted to go to Vegas. So when I won this trip, I've been a couple times before, but just like when I was younger with family and what have you, these guys had never been to Vegas before. And so I have 3 friends, like I said, from Alberta. They live in Alberta now. They moved there because the oil's there, and that's where the big money is in Canada right now. And as soon as I told them that I qualified for this, they're like, "Oh, I'm there."
Yeah.
And so it's been a blast.
So you got the cheering section.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You brought them strong.
Yeah. Well, absolutely.
We are overrun by Canadians. I love it.
Yeah. I mean, love it. And talk about that as far as like getting to know people. Have you gotten to know anybody here as far as like Canadians? Uh-oh.
Sorry, there's always something going on. Sometimes we'll be mid-conversation, and then we got to pay attention to what's behind us.
Oh.
What happened? What did we miss?
It might have been Fisher, actually.
Oh.
But,
let's take a look. And so far, nothing's changed.
I think Fisher might have had the assist on that.
Waiting for updating. Gotta love the dead air when you're waiting for the scores update.
I don't know if he did, actually.
Well, anyways, what were you saying, Deb? We are waiting for a score update to see how this flips the standings. And it looks like nothing's happened yet. Looks like you're still holding that first spot with 43 player minutes remaining and being chased by El Stilla, I think is how you say that?
Yeah.
I mean, it is so close.
Yeah,
0.5 points. But I'd rather be in that position than not even in the tournament.
It's a huge difference between first and second. So
yeah, it is. Yes. It's very top heavy. Craig Smith's the one who scored. Danny Don does have him. Danny Don is in third. So he has.
How close is he now?
Now jumped up to still third, but he is 3 points behind.
But I mean, we're getting down to it. The PMR keeps disappearing.
Yeah. Who does he have with him?
He has Fisher.
Oh yeah, I have Shea Weber as well.
And Smith.
Oh wow.
And Weber. So he has the Nashville guys. And then you have Weber, Seabrook, and Forsberg.
Yeah.
So you need Forsberg to do work.
Yes. Well, Svilla has Forsberg as well.
Yeah.
So it's.
This is where it gets.
I'm sweating
tough,
I keep sweating Mike Fisher. I don't know.
This is where it gets tough as far as sweating. Like it's whenever you're the leader, people are chasing you, and you're sweating multiple things. Regardless, though, it looks like you're gonna have a good finish. I know the tournament's top heavy, but I'd say for just starting in January, having the experience of a lifetime, and more than likely having a top 3 finish. I'm not going to jinx.
Yeah, just give it that one.
Yeah, hopefully we see you.
He can't blame you if you give it that one.
Hopefully we see you holding a big check. Like they just brought in some big checks. So hopefully you and your boys can experience a big check. This next 45 minutes, are they going to be like the longest of your life?
Without a doubt.
Okay.
It's funny because perspective-wise, they're going to be the longest of my life. If I look towards the future, there's a good chance they'll be the longest of my life, regardless of what happens going forward.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's I'm super nervous but super excited, and like you said, like I couldn't have asked for more. Even if I didn't get anywhere in this tournament, even if my lineup didn't do so well, I couldn't have asked for a better experience.
Yeah.
As a result, so
and that's what DraftKings brings.
Yes,
even if you don't win, you still have a hell of a time.
Well, opportunities like this is what led me towards DraftKings. I mean, obviously there's the other sites out there, but
we don't acknowledge them.
Yeah, exactly. DraftKings was the one that seemed to me that to have the coolest fan experience and just overall the customer service and the kind of things that you got to do with DraftKings put it over the top, and I couldn't have been happier, obviously, at this point with my decision to play on DraftKings.
Awesome. Well, James, appreciate you being with us. We'll let you go sweat it out with your buddies.
Thank you.
They can either celebrate, console, or both.
3, actually. I have 3 friends here right now. Yeah.
So celebrate, console, and spend your money if you win.
Yes.
Help you spend that money.
Undoubtedly, those guys are going to spend my money if I win.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, enjoy it regardless of what happens. Again, hopefully you stay up top. But appreciate you coming on. Congratulations for qualifying. And yeah, hopefully we see you holding a big check here in about 30, 45 minutes.
Well, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I love being on.
It was an honor. Let's complete the Cinderella story.
Absolutely.
I love it.
I'm all for it.
Awesome. Well, James from Canada, currently in first place, but he has 2 people hot on his heels. We'll be right back for the stretch run of the DraftKings World Championship, Hockey Championship tonight, where somebody is going to win $100,000. So it's going to be a good sweat. So make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV. What's up, guys? Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here. Day 2 here at the Front Row Room, also known as the Dream Room. We have 20-something TVs. We have darts, Pop-A-Shot, basketball.
The watch room is absolutely fantastic. The fact that there's this many TVs and you can sit in one place with all the qualifiers from these tournaments and sweat all these games that we're just watching because we're fans of sports. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic.
All these upsets going on, including myself upsetting Dr. J in a game of horse.
Let me tell you, first of all, it's happy to be here in Vegas. It's like a second home to me. I really love Las Vegas. So to be invited out by the 76ers and DraftKings is really a pleasure. And hanging out here this afternoon, watching the games and seeing people, kind of laid back. I guess they had long nights or something because they're kind of laid back and playing a very competitive horse game. course, is all about shooting and creativity. And I think the two finalists were both excellent shooters.
Tonight, DraftKings has rented out the Bank nightclub at the Bellagio, talking about food, drinks. These contestants are getting just an experience of a lifetime, and it's only going to get better. So make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV as we have more live coverage. What's up? We're back, and we have had some action just happened. Nashville just scored.
And, our wonderful friend Jay Willie just been bumped down to second. Not that I don't want to see our new leader, El Sfilla, win, but I haven't talked to him yet. I haven't bonded with him yet, but I'm sure that we will if he stays in first place.
So Mike Fisher just scored a goal, and that's who El Sfilla was, or who Jay Willie was trying to fade. Fisher, pretty popular play at 32%, and so that gets their leaderboard to El Sfilla at 49.7, Jay Willie at 47.7, Dandy Don at 44.7, Kay Cannon at 41.7, Ryan Oss in 6th, and Beep I'm a Jeep. I'm sorry, that was a Craig Smith goal.
But Jay Willie still has Brent Seabrook. So, and there's 4 minutes and 10 seconds left in that Dallas-Chicago game. So anything could happen.
Oh, gosh. Ethan's messing with me. I said it was a Mike Fisher goal, and then he said Craig Smith. It was a Mike Fisher goal. Okay, I thought so.
So it's coming right down to, we've got about the person with the most, there's like 13 or so minutes, anywhere between 15 and 21 minutes with the people that are in contention. They all have roughly the same amount of PMR remaining.
Right.
So anything could happen.
I just saw Seabrook get some points. He got a blocked shot. So it's going to be tight. We got 3 minutes remaining. You also have Tommy G, who we talked to in 7th place, but he has Pecorine. He's the last person, or the person the highest that has Pecorine.
And the win has not calculated yet.
And he gets a win and the shutout bonus of 2 points. So that's 5 points total, plus any other saves that he has. So Tommy, if things stopped right now, would move up into 4th place. And a pretty good finish for Tommy.
I mean, yeah, especially since he admittedly so, he said, I just threw a team in on a whim.
Right.
So, I mean, that's, let me see what 4th gets. $8,000 on a whim. That's a good day.
Yeah.
It's a very good. It's not a $100,000 good day, but it's a good day. I'm sorry, my throat is really going, guys. I told you, zombie paintball. It was brutal, and I've got to do this again tomorrow.
Yeah.
This isn't even my speaking voice. I'm doing like a fake voice because I can do. If I talk like me, that's what you're gonna get. So I'm doing this weird.
Sound like
who?
The Back to the Future.
Oh, I did a sketch for DK.
You did.
Marty. Doc, I just want maybe I'll just do my Marty impression the rest of the time.
Yeah, do it.
So Jay Willie probably wishes he could go back to the future right now and go back to when he was in the lead.
It's a pretty big jump, but we'll see. It's going to be interesting, but for all intents and purposes, right now it's El Sfilla's game to lose. And with his 3rd entry, we talked about the teams with multiple entries.
Yeah, and it shows. If you can get,
they had the ability to kind of go risky,
and it lets you guys know in the event that you do join a qualifier and you get a seat, try to get another one, because as we can see right here, the more seats you have, the better chance you have. You're able to stagger your lineup. You're able to play one against the other and have a lot of bullets, in the gun, so to speak, in the proverbial fantasy gun. Fantasy gun. So if he takes it down, I mean, everyone expected when they were talking about the guy with the 3 entries, they said, he's the one we got to beat, and he's the one that they got to beat.
Yeah, we take a look at Pecorine being 36% owned, 19 saves. Again, he'll, as it stands right now, he'll get 5 more points, so that would leave him with 8.8. So it looks like those who played Yaroslav, our boy Yaroslav, made the right choice, because he ended up with 10.2. He got the win, the 28 saves, and the shutout. So
is he our biggest point scorer of the day, like individual player?
I believe so.
Looks like it, yep.
Turris has 8.5, was a pretty popular play. Got that empty netter there.
Yeah, I was saying I hoped an empty netter would somehow factor in.
Yeah, it looked like. I mean, it definitely has factored in to some point. So yeah, we're sweating. The Chicago-Dallas game has 2.5 minutes left. The Buffalo-Nashville game has 2.5 minutes left.
We got Jay Willie right behind us, just watching so intently.
Yeah.
Just laser vision on the screen.
Yeah, and this is where people just like you get that almost like a sick feeling.
I've been there.
So
I've been there. That's where I'm at now, dude. That's where I'm at.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh.
We got 2 minutes left.
Zoink, Scoob.
All right, these games are pretty lopsided, though. You got 4-0 in one, 3-0 in the other. So not really any close games. It should be interesting to see how it pans out. Checking the scores, nothing's really moving or changing. You got
now keep in mind they're up 4-0, so they probably won't pull the goalie.
Right.
But we got stuff happening right now.
Yeah, you've got people that are hoping Buffalo scores. Pecorine is just getting more and more stops.
Because Buffalo scores, that wipes out that extra bonus.
Right.
So
it wipes out the 2-point bonus,
shutout.
but he's still getting like points for every stop.
Yep. Little by tick, tick, tick. It's like a slow crawl.
Yeah, but the gap between fourth and third is pretty substantial, where it's a 5-point difference.
Oh, yeah, it's just between the top three.
Right. So if Tommy even gets that, he's still sitting in fourth place. Right. So yeah, this is really a thing. He's
standing on his head out there.
Yeah.
That's my voice lost Canadian impression.
He is a brick wall, that Pecorine. Glove save and a beauty. Huge save.
I said he's standing on his head out there.
Yeah.
He's a maniac.
That was a glove save and a beauty for sure. You've got 1 minute left, 45 seconds left in one, 50 seconds left in the other, and then it's all over.
Do you think he knows how important it is for him not to let this goal in for the people that are here? You think he has any idea what's riding on this?
I don't think so, but I want to kind of turn around and see kind of what the room is.
Take a look.
I mean, everyone is kind of just standing around.
This is that moment. We've got people with cameras. We've got Ben getting ready to, I guess, ambush whoever it is that ends up taking this down. Because at the end of these games, we're going to know.
Right.
I mean, we're in the last minute and change, and we're going to have our $100,000 winner.
All right, so you've got the last line change going on right now. 11 seconds in the Chicago-Dallas game.
27.3 in the Nashville-Buffalo game. We got people offering condolences right now to Jay Willie.
Yep.
And here we go.
Yeah.
20 seconds left.
Yeah, we have people just screaming random stuff right now. I don't know if they know what they're screaming. But it looks like LS Phila. Philadelphia, maybe?
You know what? That's probably what it is. LS Phila.
There.
The Illis.
Yeah.
The Illa. That's what my friends call it. They call it Philadelphia.
On the ice rinks is where he spent most of his days.
Yep. Chilling out, maxing. We're going to do this. Are we going to do this?
Chilling
out, maxing.
We're just like
relaxing, all cool, and all shooting some pucks outside on the pond.
It's over. Game over.
Is it?
That is what I'm hearing. So the shutout's going to count.
There's still 2.2 seconds left in the third. So if they win the face-off and fire it, I've seen stranger things happen. I've seen Ovi score that way to send games to overtime or to win them.
Yeah.
And not today. So we have a final score of 3-0 in the Buffalo and Nashville game. And I think that's it. I think that's it.
Oh,
the applause.
Clapping.
The applause is starting. Things are getting wild.
Yeah.
And let's go. I guess we're going over there.
You've got Jay Willie, who is being very gracious to his people. Again, second place.
Yep, he's heading over.
Not terrible. Not bad at all. But we're going to sign off. We'll be back tomorrow night, though, for the NBA championship. We're going to let everybody with the cameras go interview the winners. We'll be back tomorrow for the NBA championship. So make sure you're subscribing to youtube.com/DraftKingsTV. And let's do it again tomorrow.
Sounds great. I'm going to go get a lozenge.
I'm going to go get a water.
Or a Werther's Original, because I'm an old man that likes coffee ice cream.
You are an old man. So
Take
for the
care,
old
guys.
man, for Soccer Dave, we're out. Later.
Later.